Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. And it is this association of Frigidaire and General Motors, this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American homes have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. More Frigidaire refrigerators serve in more American homes than any other make. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. Ken Thurston first saw the girl in the lobby of a New York building in which the offices of the Bureau were located. She was pleading with the elevator starter, pleading in a dazed, frightened manner.
The man who is known as X. I must speak with him. It is about Maggiore, you understand? Per favore, please. I must speak with him. I must.
A few minutes later, the girl sits quietly, a little frightened, in a private office at the Bureau as Ken talks to her sympathetically.
So you want to talk with this man called X?
See, the man who is X. You know him, senor?
I think I can help you find him. If you'll help me. Now, suppose you start by telling me your name.
My name, senor?
Yes, that's right.
But I do not know my name. That is strange, is it not? I do not know my own name.
Oh, it's not important. It'll come to you. Do you remember why you came here to see him?
But I have told you, senor. It is about Maggiore. You understand, senor? About Maggiore.
Maggiore?
No, you do not understand. But this man who is X, he will know. See, he must know.
Of course, but when we see him, you must tell me where you're from, what is troubling you.
But I cannot do this, senor. I do not remember. I can remember nothing. Only that I must see the man called X. About Maggiore. Please, per favore, take me to him, senor. He must help me. Please.
Yes, I'll take you to him. But first, you'll rest a bit. Now, here, come with me. Come this way. Miss Brooks, will you see that the signorina rests comfortably for a half hour or so? And get in touch with Dr. Beaumont at the hospital. I want her placed in his care.
Certainly, Mr. Thurston. Here, you come with me, dear. Now, everything will be all right.
Grazie.
Did you get it on the dictograph, Chief?
Yes, I got it, Ken. An amnesia case, eh?
Sounds like it.
Think it might be a fake?
Dr. Beaumont will tell us. Mind if I use your office phone, Chief?
No, go right ahead.
Hello, Esmond. Thurston. The Spartivento sailed from Naples last week en route to New York. The Maggiore art collection was aboard.
Maggiore art collection, of course.
Yeah, now check on it and see where it is now, will you? Thanks.
So you think the girl was talking about the Maggiore collection, eh, Ken?
Could be. What do you know about the collection, Chief?
Well, let's see. It's world famous, looted by the Nazis, recently recovered, and it's coming over here for some kind of public exhibition, isn't it?
That's right. It's going to tour the country. Proceeds going to a rehabilitation fund for Italian war orphans.
Yeah, but if that's what the girl was talking about, why should she look for you? The Bureau hasn't any interest in an art collection.
I think we have, Chief.
Huh?
That collection means a new life for thousands of Italian kids. A chance to dig themselves out of the mess the war left them in.
Well, sure, Ken,
That's why the collection is our responsibility. We've got to see that those kids get that chance. That they grow up as the next generation's decent citizens and not its stormtroopers. Thurston here. Oh, yes, Esmond. Yeah, I see. Thanks. Spartivento docked out this morning, Chief. The Maggiore collection went through customs about an hour ago.
Then what do you want us to do, Ken?
Chief, the truck taking the collection to the Noir Art Gallery was hijacked. The guard and driver killed. And the paintings are gone.
Where are we going anyways, Mr. Thurston?
Well, I'm not sure you want to go, Pagon, but the chief thought you might do a little job for the Bureau.
Mr. X, that's out. Definitely, positively out. I don't want no jobs with the Bureau.
That's what I thought. Well, can I drop you anywhere before I get to the Norris Art Gallery?
The Norris Art Gallery? Well, that's where the Maggiore collection is.
That's where it was going to be, before it was stolen.
Stolen? But that thing's worth $10 million.
Yeah. I'll drop you at this corner, Pagan.
10 million simoleons. Should be a pretty good reward for getting that stuff back, eh?
Oh, the insurance company will pay off pretty well, sure. But as long as you're not interested.
Why should we be so hasty, Mr. X? Naturally, I don't want a job, but I'll be glad to help you out, yeah. Just for old lang time, you understand. And $20 a day in expenses, of course.
You got it straight now, Pagan?
Oh, sure. It's a cinch. While you talk to the manager, I make like a big shot art expert.
Good. There's the gallery. Let's go in.
There's the office, Mr. Thurston. It says Muriel Bowen, manager.
Yeah, okay, Pagan. I'll see you back at the car.
You understand, Miss Bowen, that I consider the loss of the Maggiore collection to be the result of unforgivable negligence on your part.
I'm not particularly interested in your thoughts on the subject, Mr. Cameron.
Well, as manager of this gallery, you should be. The dividing line between unforgivable and criminal negligence may be a very narrow one. Good day, Miss Bowen. Pardon me, please.
Certainly, yes, sir. May I come in, Miss Bowen?
Why not? You're practically in now.
Thanks.
Did you enjoy your little eavesdrop?
Sorry, I didn't mean to move in on a private conversation. That was J.B. Cameron, wasn't it? One of the sponsors of the Maggiore collection?
I'm sure that Mr. Cameron and I don't know nearly as much about you.
Oh, my name's Ken Thurston. I'm interested in the collection, too.
How nice. An official interest?
Let's put it this way. There's a good deal of money tied up in it that'll be lost if it's not recovered.
Only an insurance man would be interested in the money involved.
I gather that Cameron seemed to think that you might be.
What else have you gathered, Mr. Thurston?
Only that you're the manager of the gallery and that your name is Muriel Bowen.
I'm 28, single, and I've been here ever since I left art school 6 years ago. And I know absolutely nothing about the robbery. Does that help you?
It might, if I could rely on that information.
You will have to decide that for yourself, Mr. Thurston.
Mi scusi, signor. That is a problem with which perhaps I may assist you.
Oh?
I am Luca Rosselli, signor, representing the Italian organization which sent the Maggiore collection over here.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Rosselli.
Senor Rosselli is also a carbon copy of J.B. Cameron in a way, Mr. Thurston. Go ahead, Luca. Tell the man how dishonest I am.
Oh, I do not say that, signorina. I accuse no one of anything. I know only that it is of vital import that those paintings be recovered.
You sound like an art lover.
Art? I know nothing of art. I'm here to collect revenue for displaying those paintings. Money that is needed badly in Italy for the war orphans.
Well, at least someone here realizes that those children will suffer the real loss.
You're a very unusual insurance man, Mr. Thurston, placing the interests of Italian orphans above that of your company.
This is a very unusual case, Miss Bowen.
Yes, I know. You see, the real insurance man was here 15 minutes ago. That makes your interest in this matter most unusual.
All right, Pagon, what luck did you have?
Can always depend on his Elspeth. You know that Cameron guy?
What about him?
He thinks I'm a big-shot art collector. You know, he's a collector himself. Specializes in Da Vinci painting.
What's so important about that?
Well, maybe I can pick up a bit of change. After all, I've got a friend who paints Da Vinci's even better than Da Vinci.
I think you can make a better deal with Cameron.
I can? How?
Find the Maggiore collection for him. That's got 2 genuine Da Vinci's in it. Come in.
Ken, why the hurry-up call for me to come here to the hospital?
We're going to get some answers from that little Italian girl.
Oh, then she was faking amnesia.
No, Beaumont's given her an extensive examination. She's undergone traumatic shock with loss of memory.
Yes, but where does the connection with the Maggiore robbery come in?
Chief, I'm convinced that girl's mind holds the key to it. We've got to unlock it.
But if she's got amnesia...
Beaumont's going to try sodium pentothal.
Sodium pentothal? The stuff the Army psychiatrists use for battle fatigue.
Yeah. This girl has what amounts to the same thing. Some horrible shock has blocked her mind. But Beaumont's going to get her now. And within a few hours, we should have the answers to everything. Oh, hello, Beaumont. All set to go.
I'm afraid not, Thurston.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
I went to get that girl a little while ago. Her room was empty.
Empty? Well, how'd she get out?
I don't know. I ordered a search. It's failed to turn her up. I'm sorry, Thurston, but that girl's disappeared.
In just a moment, we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. Here's something to remember about the new Frigidaire refrigerators. They're made to fit your kitchen, made to fit your needs. Because, you see, Frigidaire offers you a wide variety of refrigerator types and sizes. There's a size for small apartment kitchens, a size for big farm families, and many different sizes in between. These wonderful new Frigidaire refrigerators give you more room, up to half again as much space for storing foods, yet take up no more space in the kitchen. There's lots of shelf room, special places to keep things like tall bottles, fruits and vegetables, meats, eggs, and other small articles. Generous room in all models for safe storage of frozen foods. And to fit the most important requirement of all, your need for utmost dependability. Every one of these new Frigidaire refrigerators is powered by the famous Frigidaire Meter Miser, the simplest cold-making mechanism ever built. Remember how the new Frigidaire refrigerators are made to fit into your home, into your way of living. And always remember, ask to see the name Frigidaire when you ask to see a new refrigerator. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. The Maggiore art collection has been stolen. Thousands of Italian war orphans will be without rehabilitation unless it's recovered. And the girl who didn't remember, whose mind holds the key to the mystery, has disappeared. Now, an hour later at the Bureau office, Ken is talking to one of the Bureau's agents over the phone.
Yeah, keep the knowledge gallery covered, Esmond. I want to report on everything that Muriel Bowen and Luca Rosselli do. Right. Call me back when you have anything. Oh, hello, Chief. Anything new?
Not a thing, Ken. The girl seems to have dropped off the face of the earth.
We've got to find her, Chief, before it's too late.
Ken, are you sure we're not kicking up a big cloud of dust over nothing? Those paintings are bound to show up when they're offered for sale.
They'll never be sold in the open market. There are collectors who will buy them purely for personal satisfaction.
Yes? Oh. For you, Ken.
Thanks. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. This is Muriel Bowen.
Yeah, I recognize your voice.
How flattering.
How did you get this number?
A delightful friend of yours, the art collector. I believe his name is Zell Schmidt.
I might have known.
Don't feel too badly about it, Mr. Thurston. You see, you don't have to bother about the Maggiore collection anymore.
Oh, why not?
Because it was just returned to the gallery not 5 minutes ago.
Don't bother trying to get into the gallery, Mr. Thurston. Nobody's home.
What are you doing here, Pagan?
Oh, I just came back to get Mr. Cameron's address. I got a painting to sell him. A brand new Da Vinci. Strictly a part of my job for the Bureau, you understand.
Yeah, well, forget about it. Your job's over.
Huh?
The Maggiore print paintings have been returned. They're in the gallery now.
Oh, no, they're not.
What do you mean?
Oh, I was just inside there. By accident, the key I just happened to have in my pocket fitted the back door. And I know a Bellini or Da Vinci when I see one, and I didn't see one.
Let's get to that rear door.
Sure. It's right down in the back of this driveway. There it is, Mr. Thurston. Right where that big truck is parked.
Yeah, let's take a look at that truck.
So it's a truck, so what?
A closed panel job. With a few bullet holes in it.
Bullet holes? Mr. X.
Yeah. This is the truck that was hijacked.
Hey, then maybe the paintings are still in there. Well, Mr. X, are they?
No, it's something else is.
Huh? What?
A bureau agent named Esmond. With a bullet in his head.
Yes, what? Well, Mr. Thurston.
May I come in, Muriel?
Why, of course, Mr. Thurston. I'm honored.
Thanks.
I suppose you stopped by about that telephone call.
An explanation might help.
It was merely a stupid mistake. One of the attendants told me the truck had been returned. I misunderstood, thinking he meant the painting. I called you before I checked.
Yeah, that could happen to anyone.
You should have told me you were going to drop in. I'd have had the apartment more presentable.
Or you wouldn't have been here at all.
Why, Mr. Thurston, how can you say such things?
Those suitcases and half-packed clothes said them first.
Ah, the evil finger of suspicion. It moves, it writes, and still spells my name.
Why not try erasing it?
Never erase a line once drawn seeking perfection. The line may be improved, but the soul of art destroyed. My art teacher taught me that once.
Art school, the Matisse and Picasso on your wall. Painting means a lot to you, doesn't it, Muriel?
Ah, you've uncovered my scarlet secret, Mr. Thurston. Yes, it means almost everything. My job at the Norris Gallery. I wonder if you can understand how I feel about it. As though it were a sort of trust.
I can understand that.
And can you understand how I felt when the Maggiore collection was stolen? The collection I was responsible for?
You can't run away from responsibility, Muriel.
There's no law that says a person is a criminal because he can't face his own conscience.
Ah, but there is a law against kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
That nurse's uniform on the Devonport. Too bad you didn't get it packed before I came in. Where's the girl, Muriel? In the bedroom?
Yes, Ken. Yes, she is.
Think of it, Mr. Cameron. Where else could you pick up such a bargain? A genuine Da Vinci. And for only, shall we say, $5,000?
That is quite a bargain, Mr. Zellschmidt. Why let it go so reasonably?
You hit the nail on the hammer, Mr. Cameron. Yeah. You know how it is when you need some ready cash.
Or need to get rid of a stolen painting.
Stolen? But I swear by the father of my father, Mr. Cameron.
What about that, Rosselli? Is this Da Vinci part of the Maggiore collection?
Senor Cameron, that painting was never in any collection.
You're so right, Signor Rosselli. It was passed down in my family. From hand to mouth, you understand.
Your pardon, Mr. Cameron. There's a Mr. Ken Thurston to see you.
Oh, no.
Show him in, please, William.
Yes, sir. This way, please, Mr. Thurston.
Thank you. Hope you don't mind my barging in on you like this, Mr. Cameron.
No, not at all, Mr. Thurston. You're the insurance man Rosselli was telling me about, aren't you?
I'd like to talk to you about the collection.
Oh, yes, of course. Rosselli dropped in for the same reason. Frankly, we got nowhere, and we're just amusing ourselves listening to a sales talk about this Da Vinci copy.
Copy?
Any fool would know that, Zellschmidt. Well, look at the necklace on the portrait. The links in several places are not even joined. Now, do you think that Da Vinci would ever make a mistake like that?
But
the copy is bound to look pretty shabby compared to the paintings you have here, Cameron.
Yes. They are pretty fine, aren't they?
Yes, that Franz house, for instance. One of the best I've ever seen.
I practically had to kidnap the owner in Amsterdam to keep the Frick collection from getting it.
And that Coro. I don't think he's ever had a finer feeling for the haze of Twilight than in that one.
No. No, it cost me $10,000 more than I wanted to pay. Old man Carpenter was bidding against me. But I got it.
Senores, please. This is all very interesting, but we should be discussing the Maggiore collection. Art is not as important at this time as those children in Italy.
You're right, Signor Vasselli. And I've good news for you. We found a young girl, an amnesia case, who apparently knows all about it.
Why, that's wonderful, Thurston. But if she has amnesia, how could she tell you anything?
She's going under sodium pentothal at the hospital tonight. I think she's going to tell us all we need to know.
Lights, please, nurse. All right, Thurston, she's ready. We can begin. Now, you understand the procedure?
I think so, Doctor.
We've got to make her face the thing that brought on the traumatic shock. Bring it out in the open. You're here because the man called X is the one thing she's clinging to. So when she talks directly to you, answer her. But when we reach the point where the trauma began, I'll take over and reconstruct the situation with her.
I understand.
Good. I'll ask her if she can hear you.
Can you hear me, Signorina? This is the man called X. Can you hear me?
I can hear. Signor X.
You were looking for me, Signorina?
See, I was looking for you. Friends.
Friends of yours told you about me?
Children. Neighbors. You helped them.
Ask her why she needed help.
Why did you need help, Signorina?
It is about Maggiore. About Maggiore.
The Maggiore art collection.
I see. The painting. I've come for the children. Nothing can happen. Nothing. You must help. You must help.
Help with what? What help did you need? Where?
The boat. The boat from Naples. It told me. Help them. They told...
You're aboard the boat, Signorina. You understand? Aboard the boat.
No!
You're
No!
aboard the boat sailing from Naples to the United States.
No!
Aboard the boat with the Maggiore art collection.
No! You cannot do it! You cannot do it!
Why can't I do it?
The children! Nothing can happen to them. Nothing.
What do I care about the children? What do they mean to me?
How can you say that? You of all people. How can you say that?
Those children mean nothing to me. Only those paintings matter.
I do not believe you. No. After the war, what we've been through together. You cannot steal it. You cannot.
I'm going to steal it. Do you hear me? I'm going to. You can't stop me.
No. I will not let you. I will not let.
What do you care whether I steal those paintings or not?
How can you say that? How can you?
What does it matter to you? Why do you care?
How do I care? Are we not? Are we not?
Why do you care? Why do you care?
How can you say that? Luca, mio fratello. Luca, my own brother. How can you say that?
Bravo, sir. So the secret's out at last.
Keep quiet, you fool. You'll endanger the patient's welfare.
Do not endanger your own welfare by any foolish moves, Doctor.
Luca, mio fratello. My own brother. Stealing.
It's all right, Nina. It's all right. There's nothing to be afraid of. Quiet now. Everything's all right. Just rest. Just rest.
No, do not move either, Thurston. I will not hesitate to use this gun.
I know, Rossetti. Just like you used it on Espen when he caught you driving the truck back to the gallery to throw suspicion on Muriel.
Now, see. It is unfortunate that you discovered my sister. Otherwise, you would have suspected only Signorina Boyne.
No, Rossetti, you gave yourself away. By trying too hard to convince me you knew nothing about art and were only concerned about money for the children. But you slipped when you told Pagan why his copy of Da Vinci was a fake. No amateur would have noticed. Muriel suspected you, too.
Signorina Boyne?
Yes. That's why she tried to get Nina out of town. She was afraid you'd find her and kill her to keep her from talking. And you would have, too, wouldn't you, Rosselli?
She's a fool, senor. Why should I not kill her?
Sure. What's a little murder compared to money? Espen, your sister, thousands of kids in Italy whose future depends on those paintings. Well, you're not going to get away with it, Rosselli.
Oh, brave words, Senor Thirst. But words will not stop me from pulling this trigger and disposing of all of you.
I figured that. Okay, Chief, turn on the lights.
You bet, Ken.
What?
Hold those men.
Watch it, Chief. He's going to shoot.
Nice going, Ken. Trap worked out perfectly. That's all the proof we need. Except one thing. He didn't tell us where the paintings are.
I think you'll find them at Cameron's, Chief.
Cameron?
Yeah. In some secret gallery where he can sit and gloat over them. They didn't represent art to him any more than they did to Rosselli. To one, possession. The other, money.
Then it's all over, eh, Ken?
No, Chief, it's just beginning. For some thousands of kids in Italy. You know, those kids are like a blank canvas. And we're the painters. What we put into that canvas will determine its future. Maybe a masterpiece whose effect will be felt for generations. Maybe a worthless smear that'll wind up in the junk pile of the world. I wonder which it's going to be.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer. We invite you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric appliances. Refrigerators, ranges, water heaters, home freezers, the new automatic washer, dryer, ironer, and many other Frigidaire refrigerating and air conditioning products for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories.
Miss Niles, you mentioned Frigidaire electric ranges just now.
Not only mentioned them, but invited you to visit your Frigidaire dealer and see for yourself how wonderful it is to cook with a fast, clean, fully automatic Frigidaire electric range. And now Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, the story of 100 displaced people who dream of a promised home in Burma, only to be rudely awakened by someone's ruthless desire for power. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zelschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as The Man Called X. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's number one adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Thermite bombs are science's latest contribution to the horrors of war. These new bombs, which weigh less than 2 pounds, generate an instantaneous heat of 3,000 degrees, and their fire cannot be extinguished. A single bombing plane could drop more than 2,000 such bombs. Thermite does not explode to start its great heat, and therefore there is no sound to draw attention to the place of attack. It is a spy story involving this new terrible weapon which John Holbrook introduces now.
Thank you, K7. The potential uses of thermite in war have been known for some time. Recently, however, such a new aerial bomb was perfected. As a result, a dangerous spy received orders to find out its secret. The spy's activities sent a high government official to Special Agent B9 for assistance. Our story opens as the official outlines the case to B9 and his assistant, Rita Drake.
Special Agent B9, you have never met me, but I think you know of my position in the government.
Yes, I've heard of you many times.
And we've seen your name in the newspapers.
It is because my name may again appear in the newspapers that I've come here.
I don't understand.
Frankly, my coming to you is a last resort. A demand has been made upon me. If I agree, I betray my country. If I refuse, I will be ruined. My family's reputation wrecked. B9, you've got to help me. My wife, this will break her heart.
Suppose you tell us your story. If I can help you, I will.
Thank you. I don't know just where to start. About 2 years ago, my son became involved in, some trouble that would have sent him to prison. He was innocent, but...
You saved him, is that what you want to say?
Yes, he was...
We don't need to know what he did or was accused of doing, do we, B9?
No, I hardly think so. Is your son being blackmailed now?
If it were only blackmail, I would pay B9. Oh, I know that is a foolish statement, but I'd pay to protect my wife. B9, I am the one who is being blackmailed. Have you heard of our new thermite bomb?
Yes, of course. Its development has been carefully guarded.
The thermite bomb is a weapon that might easily win a war. It's inexpensive, weighs less than 2 pounds. Thousands could be dropped on a city at one time. Even a great port like New York might be destroyed in a single air raid.
Yes, I know its possibilities.
I know the secret of the new thermite bomb. And unless I turn it over to a spy within 48 hours, my reputation is to be blasted. My son's career, my wife's happiness, everything is at stake.
Oh, but you can't sell out your country.
Then what? What would you do?
Has this spy been in direct contact with you?
She has called on me every day. She's not bluffing, B9. She has the evidence against my son.
So it's a woman. And a woman usually carries out her threats. What's her name?
Lothar Rowan. Her home is next to the embassy of the country she serves. Will you help me, Agent B9?
I'll do what I can. First, I want to check on this woman. Then Rita and I will call on her. I'll have a report for you tomorrow.
Agent B9's first act was to send a cable to Special Agent K7. Within an hour, his answer came back by transatlantic telephone.
Hello?
New York calling Agent B9.
This is Agent B9.
1 minute, please.
This is Special Agent K7 speaking.
K7, do you know this woman, Lothar Rowan?
Yes, very well. She is a dangerous spy. Blackmail is her specialty. She has always been successful. Before arresting her, make sure of your case. Otherwise, certain influential men may come to her aid and prevent a conviction. She is dangerous, B9, and shrewd.
An hour later, B9 and Rita stood before the door of Lothar Rowan's home and rang the doorbell.
Do you think she'll see you, B9?
She'll see us all right. Whether or not I can force her hand is another matter.
Someone's coming.
Yes? What do you want?
Miss Rowan?
I am Miss Rowan.
I would like to come in and talk to you, Miss Rowan. I'm Special Agent B9. This is my assistant, Miss Drake.
I see. Come in. Now, perhaps you will explain why I'm so honored.
I'll come to the point at once. Unless you leave the country within 24 hours, you will be deported.
My dear special agent, you amuse me. On what charges will you deport me?
On the charges of spying.
Which, of course, you are prepared to prove.
Which I am fully prepared to prove. You have 24 hours.
Thank you for your warning. Now, you listen to me. Your superiors should have told you that Lothar Rowan cannot be threatened. If you think I'm lying to you, investigate. Go to whomever employed you to come here and deliver that message.
Perhaps you will find that this is not a bluff.
Perhaps. Mr. Special Agent, let me give you some advice. The contents of my safe involves officials in every branch of your government. No one, including the Intelligence Department, would dare to move against me. Now get out.
Very well. You've been warned. We'll leave, Rita.
And don't ever come back. If you want proof of my power, I'll give it to you right now. The rearmament bill, which comes up before the ministers next week, will be defeated. Why? Because some of them don't dare let it go through against my wishes. Good night.
B9 realized he faced a dangerous opponent, a blackmailer who possessed power so great she could influence every department of the government. Threats didn't frighten her. Instead, they drove her to ruthless action. Within 3 minutes after B9 and Rita left her house, she telephoned the official who had brought him into the case.
This is Lothar Rowan.
Yeah, what do you want?
A man who called himself Special Agent B9 has just called on me. I suspect that you sent him.
That is not true. I have never heard of him.
Whether you have or not doesn't interest me. You come here tonight and bring the new thermite bomb with you. Do you understand?
But I can't get one of the bombs this afternoon.
I said to be here with a bomb tonight at 10 o'clock. If you're not tomorrow, I'll ruin you. At 10 o'clock. This is your last warning.
That night, B9 and Rita stopped their car a short distance from the spy's home. Then B9 picked up a burglar's kit from the floor of the car and prepared to leave.
I want you to stay here in the car, Rita. I may be gone for some time.
Don't take any chances.
I'm sorry, but this time I've got to. If possible, I'm going to break into that house and either open Lothar Rowan's safe or force her to open it.
But B9, you could be arrested.
I don't think Lothar Rowan would call the police. She might. It's a chance I'll have to take. Her safe contains enough evidence to blackmail 100 officials, to ruin their families and their government. That evidence has got to be destroyed. You watch the front of the house and wait for me, no matter how long I'm gone.
Be careful.
About 20 minutes passed. Then Rita saw another figure going toward the house. It was the government official who asked B9 to help him. He mounted the steps and paused before the front door.
You're late.
It was impossible for me to come earlier.
Come in. We'll go into the library. I'll put the lights on. You brought one of the small thermite bombs, as I told you to?
You've got to give me more time.
I've given you all the time you're going to get. Unless you have the thermite bomb with you, I'm going to release the information I have tomorrow morning. That's all I have to say to you.
But,
I warned you. Good night.
Wait. I have it.
So you thought you'd put something over. Give it to me.
Not until you have given me the evidence you have against my son.
Do I look that stupid? The evidence I have is in this safe, and that's where your thermite bomb is going. But you're not going to get away from me. You're too useful. Give me that bomb.
Wait. It's in my pocket. Here.
Thank you. How does it work?
Perhaps you'll let me show you how.
Agent Benign.
How did you get in here?
How I came is not important. Hand me that bomb, Miss Rod. Give it to me, or I'll use this revolver.
I warned you this afternoon, Agent B9.
You warned me that you had enough information in this safe to blackmail 100 officials. But in another minute, this safe will be destroyed. That bomb, please. Thank you.
It won't do you much good.
Oh, yes, it will. This thermite fire bomb burns at a heat of more than 3,000 degrees. You forgot that thermite eats its way even through steel.
What are you doing?
I'm placing it here on top of your safe. When I release the trigger, it'll burn through the safe. It'll destroy everything in it, and the house, too. But before I do, I repeat this afternoon's warning, Miss Rawdon. This bomb will destroy your power. You have 24 hours to leave the country.
You fool! The information in that safe is worth millions.
And in 20 seconds, it'll be destroyed. Your career as a blackmailing spy is over. Run for your lives. I'm releasing the bomb trigger.
Lotta Rowan was allowed to leave the country. If she had faced trial, it was thought certain officials might have become involved. She is still active and has been called Europe's #1 secret diplomat. Red hair, slanting eyes, and a pale complexion are her diplomacy. She is one of the world's most dangerous agents. Before this series ends, she may be heard from again. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to save the lives of several thousand people with just a ferry boat whistle, a window, and a hunk of tape.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him slaving over a hot swimming pool.
Thanks, Ruth. Morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I'll have his papers in order when you're through with him, Commissioner.
Steve, what do you know about Istanbul, Turkey?
Well, is that something like Chicken a la King?
You can take that up with their Chamber of Commerce the day after tomorrow.
What? I'm flying to Turkey?
You're practically airborne right now.
What's the deal?
Steve, with the Korean situation, what it is, we're up against a giant conspiracy to discredit us in all parts of the world. And we've got to be on the alert against it, no matter how fantastic these attempts are. Last week, for example, we were accused of dropping potato bugs in eastern Germany to ruin the crops.
Yeah, I guess you can call that fantastic, all right.
Sure it is. But don't forget that a lot of people in this world have been brought up to believe what they're told.
Yeah, but look, how does all this tie in with my flying to Istanbul?
There's a radio commentator named George Champlin who's been touring the Near East. This morning, he called his headquarters here in the States to tell him he'd recorded something pretty hot on his tape recorder.
Well, what was it?
We don't know. He said over the phone that it affects our government directly, and that whatever it was going to happen Thursday. Then the connection was broken off, and Champlin hasn't been heard from since.
He said it was going to happen Thursday. Well, look, it's Tuesday now. I won't even get to Istanbul until Thursday.
I know. It's cutting it awful close, but we can't help it. Now, Steve, this could be another of those attempts to discredit us. We've got to find out. Lieutenant Deverick of the Istanbul police is in charge on their end. Get over there. Work with him and find Champlin and his roll of tape. Well, I said, you've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Isn't that a perfect name they thought up for him? Says just exactly what they are. Wheaties. There just isn't anything that sounds wheatier than that. Nothing that gives you more 100% whole wheat energy either. The good kind that stays right in there with you all morning long. You just try it and see. Just see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You get a bowl of Wheaties under your belt or apron tomorrow morning and see how the big Thursday chores all seem to turn out to be little ones. Dishes to do? Breeze right through them. Tough customer to call on? Nothing to it. Papers to carry? Ball game to win? They're all going to seem a lot easier with Wheaties vitamins and minerals helping you out. So tomorrow, for sure, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
That's the swell thing about my job. I'm always fighting the hour hand. All I have to do is fly 5,000 or 6,000 miles to Turkey and find a guy named George Champlin and his tape recording the day I get there. Well, my plane lands at Istanbul, and I head for the police station. Lieutenant Deverick is roosting behind his desk, staring glumly at two natives who are squirming uneasily in their chairs across from him.
I am afraid you are too late, Mitchell.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
You are looking for this man, George Champlin.
That's right.
His body has just been taken to our morgue downstairs.
What?
Yes. You, What is your name again?
I am Kozan, honored lieutenant.
Yes. Tell Mr. Mitchell what you have just told me, Kozan.
Yes. It was a bad thing. I was leading my horse cart along a narrow road in the hills outside the city. Suddenly, I saw a car traveling down the road toward me very fast. It was weaving back and forth across the road. Oh, I was covered by fear. I looked for a place of safety, but I
Confine
could
your
find...
story to the essentials, Kozan.
Yes, honored lieutenant. I jumped to one side just as the car hit my horse cart and plunged over the side of the hill. I ran to the edge of the hill and looked over in time to see the car burst into flames.
One of my men nearby heard the crash and went to investigate. He found a body in the wreckage. We have identified that body as that of the American George Champlin.
I see. Kozan, you said the car was weaving back and forth across the road as it approached?
Yes, it was so. At first, I thought the driver was drunk. But then as the car drew near, it looked as though he was struggling with someone who was in the back seat.
Did you get a close look at this other person?
No.
Could this other person have jumped to safety as the car went over the hill?
That is a perhaps. The car hesitated on the side of the hill for an instant, then plunged to the bottom.
Where does this other fellow fit into the deal, Lieutenant?
Permit me. I am Abdul. What this man Kozan says is true. I was walking along the road when this car sped by me and hit his horse cart.
Did you get a look at the person in the back seat, Abdul?
Only for a moment. It seemed to me it was a woman.
A woman?
But I could not be certain.
Very well, very well. The two of you may go now.
Thank you, honored lieutenant.
Thank you.
But leave your names and addresses with the sergeant outside this office.
It will be done. One question, if you will permit.
What is it?
Who is to pay for my horse and cart?
You will be notified as to the insurance company involved. The matter rests between you and them.
Thank you, honored lieutenant.
A most regrettable development in the case, Mitchell.
Yeah. I suppose you know I'm also looking for some tape on which Champlin supposedly recorded something pretty hot.
Yes. According to our understand, it was something vital to our government. We did find a tape recorder and some spools of tape in the back of Champlin's car.
What?
But they were almost completely destroyed by fire.
You say Champlin's body is in the morgue now?
Yes, downstairs.
Come on, let's take a look. There was nothing in his pockets, huh?
No tape, if that is what you mean.
Well, I guess we can't find out anything more here. Brother, his clothes sure look like they took a beating.
Yes, they are quite scorched.
Yeah.
You see how the sleeve pulls away in your hand?
Debrick.
What is it?
Look, wrapped around his arm under the sleeve.
Ah, a fragment of tape.
Yeah, just a fragment, but maybe it's what we're looking for. Come on, let's get a recorder and play it.
I'm ready, Mitchell.
Let her go.
Very well. I will start the machine.
Nasif, you know who this is? Good. Now listen carefully. The meeting will be here on Thursday night at midnight. Just a minute. There is too much noise. There. I closed the window. Now your job is to get the necessary equipment. Do you understand? Do not tell me you are getting faint-hearted, Nasif. Of course many will die. That is the plan. The Americans will be blamed for it. And do not let me hear any more of your stupid fears. One more thing. Contact the other party involved and have him telephone me for his instructions within 30 minutes. I will wait here until 10:30.
That's all there is of the tape?
Yes, the rest was burned beyond use.
Oh, great. We've sure got a lot to go on. So there's going to be a meeting somewhere in Istanbul tonight. It has a lot to do with a plot to kill a lot of people. Look, I still don't see how my government can be blamed.
It is very mystifying, Mitchell. We have only a recorded fragment of a telephone conversation to go on. But one thing is certain. We must find the location of that meeting place before midnight tonight.
Yeah, but how? That guy on the phone wasn't kind enough to furnish us with his address. Hey, wait.
What is it?
Rewind that tape and start it over again.
Very well. What do you have in mind, Mitchell?
There's a sound in there I want to hear again, up near the front.
Yes. Yes, I was wondering about that also. There, it is rewound. Now, here it is again.
Nassif, you know what this is? Good. Now listen carefully. The meeting will be here on Thursday night at midnight. Just a minute. There is too much noise.
That's the sound I wanted to hear.
It sounds like a boat whistle, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Have you heard enough?
Wait.
There. I closed the window. Now your job is to get the necessary equipment.
Turn it off.
You understand?
It's not much to go on,
Indeed, it is not. All we know is that a boat whistle sounded as he was talking on the telephone.
Yeah, we also know that whistle was sounded at about 10 p.m. The guy on the phone said that he'd wait there till 10:30. That's 30 minutes later. The peg's the time for us, doesn't it?
Yes, but we still do not know where he called from.
Yeah, that's what we've got to try to find out.
And we have no idea what's behind this whole thing.
And you've got me.
Excuse me.
I wonder...
Lieutenant Deverick speaking. Yes? What? But... I see. Send him in at once. Mitchell.
What's the matter?
A very strange occurrence. This must be the man now.
You are Lieutenant Deverick?
Yes. You are the one from the university?
That is right, yes. I am Commissar.
Hey, you look like you've been tangling with a meat grinder.
Tell us your story, Commissar.
I work for the university in their research laboratory. An hour ago, I was carrying a rack full of test tubes to the vault. I was attacked and knocked unconscious. When I recovered, the test tubes were gone.
What was in these test tubes?
Cultures of many rare bacilli. I have the list written down, as you can see.
Skip the technicalities and give it to us in plain English.
Very well. In those test tubes were some of the most deadly bacteria known to man.
What? Look, do you have any idea who jumped you?
No, I heard one of them call the other Nassif, I think it was.
Nassif? That was the name the guy on the tape recording used. And he told him to get what he called the necessary equipment. It ties in, Deverick.
But that means those test tubes will be at the meeting tonight.
Say, I've got a little story to tell you about that. One of my wife's girlfriends was saying the other night that every time she goes to the store to buy laundry supplies, it reminds her to buy a couple of boxes of Wheaties. She knows doggone well if she's going to do the washing, she needs all the stamina and drive and energy she can get. So, naturally, she starts wash day off with a good big bowl of Wheaties. What's on your things-to-do list for tomorrow? Maybe it's not the washing. Maybe you're going to go a couple of rounds with a vacuum cleaner or sell a man a new car or cultivate the South 40. Well, then, isn't it good sound sense to let Wheaties' good sound vitamins and minerals give you a boost? And if this is your vacation, why, you can even loaf better when you've had your Wheaties. Wheaties, the golden, light-hearted little whole wheat flakes that eat as good as they make you feel. Honest, substantial Wheaties. Each crisp flake made from a whole kernel of plump, ripe wheat. Well, how's about you? You just try it. Just see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, as you suggested, I have checked with all the boat companies along the waterfront. There is a ferry boat which makes a regular trip along the waterfront each night. At 10 o'clock, as it nears its mooring, it sounds the whistle.
That could be the boat whistle we heard on the tape recording.
But that whistle can be heard over this entire section of the city. That does not help us locate the room from which that man was telephoning.
What time is it?
6 o'clock.
And we've got to find that meeting place before midnight. That doesn't leave us much time.
Have you been able to think of any reason why you Americans would be blamed for anything that might happen with those deadly bacteria?
No. I telephoned my boss, the commissioner back in the States. He's checking on it for me. So far, all he knows is that we've sent quite a few engineers and equipment over here.
Yes, I am aware of that, but I still don't see the connection.
Look, Deverick, suppose you call the ferry boat company and tell them to have their boat stop its engines at 10 tonight and keep sounding its whistle. Then mount all the tape recorders you can get hold of on jeeps and trucks. Use the same volume setting that was used on Champlain's recorder.
I do not understand what you have in mind.
It's a slim chance, but it's our only chance of locating that room. Have your boys meet me at the ferryboat slip at 5 minutes to 10 tonight, and I'll fill them in on the plan then.
Attention, men. Quiet. Quiet. This is Steve Mitchell from the United States. You will take your orders from him.
I want you men to start up this road which leads away from the waterfront. Station your jeeps at 4-block intervals. When that ferry boat starts tooting its whistle in a couple of minutes, record it. Then drive a block away as fast as you can, cut your engines, and record the toot again. Each of the jeeps will cover 4 blocks. Lieutenant Deverick and I will cover the 4 blocks closest to the waterfront in our jeep. Now, when you've made your recordings, take them to police headquarters as fast as you can. Any questions? Okay, shove off and take your station.
I hope this will work, Mitchell.
Well, we picked a nice night for the job anyway. Look, the moon's just starting to come up over that building across the street.
Yes. One wishes he were not engaged on official business on an evening such as this.
Yeah, that's funny. Looks like a man in the moon. Hey, Deverick.
Yes?
There's a guy on top of that building. Get down.
Mitchell, are you all right?
Yeah. That second shot hit the door handle beside me. Looks like somebody doesn't like the color of our tape recorder.
Come, we may be able to catch him.
No, there's not time. It's 10 o'clock right now. There's the boat whistle. Start recording.
The recorder is on, Mitchell.
Okay, we'll drive to the next block now. Turn the recorder off and label the recording you just got.
Yes.
We'll take one at each block in our stretch, and then we're going to make a beeline for police headquarters. You got all the recordings together, Deverick?
Yes. 6 jeeps, 4 recordings each. 24 recordings.
24 hunks of tape. Well, I hope our answer's in there somewhere.
What are you going to do with them?
I've got 2 recorders here. Each of them is hooked up to a volume indicator. On one machine, I've got the recording of the guy on the phone.
And on the other machine, you're going to play the tapes we just made, huh?
That's right. We'll be trying to match the volume of that boat whistle. Now, watch those volume indicators. When the 2 needles hit the same spot on the dial, that's it.
I am ready.
Okay. I'll start the tape we made. Now, you start Champlin's.
Very well.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
No. Too loud. Shut it off. The one Champlin recorded was louder than ours. Okay, we'll try the one we made a block closer to the waterfront.
But, Mitchell, we have 24 recordings to cover. This will take all night.
If it takes past midnight, we're cooked. Come on, set up that next recording. Start ours first and then Champlin's.
Very well.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
Hey, we're getting closer. What recording was that you just played?
Number 8.
Okay, try number 9. I'll reset the original. Ready?
Yes.
Let it go.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
Yeah, that's it. Look at the needles on those volume indicators. They're the same level. Okay, turn it off. That was number 9, huh?
Yes, it was recorded 9 blocks from the waterfront.
Show me on the map of the city here.
Very well. Now, let me see. Here, at this spot.
Okay. And I've got the ferry boat's location already plotted. Now, I take this compass, I point the point at the ferry boat position, and the pencil on the spot the whistle was recorded from. Then I draw a circle.
Yes, I see. The 2 whistles were of the same volume. That means our number 9 recording was made at the same distance from the whistle as the original tape.
That's right. About 1,000 yards from the whistle. It also means that the room we're looking for is somewhere on the circumference of that circle I just drew on the map.
But half of the circle is out in the water.
Yeah, we get a break. We can forget about that part of it. And another quarter of the circle is out in this side of the channel in the harbor. We can throw that out, too. Well, that just leaves us a quarter of it. Are your men standing by, Deverick?
Yes.
Give them copies of this map with the quarter circle drawn on each one. Have them start along the rim of the circle from each end. Give them pictures of that dead correspondent. Tell them to try and find somebody along that route who remembers him. What time is it?
11 o'clock.
That's what I was afraid of. We've got just 1 hour to find that meeting place. So, we sit and wait and sweat. The minutes tick by. 11:15, 11:30. Then, at 11:40, Deverick's phone jangles. One of his boys has found a small apartment house whose owner remembers the dead radio correspondent, Champlin. Deverick and I beat it out.
You say you rented an apartment to this man Champlin several days ago?
Yes, Lieutenant, but I have not seen him since. Here is the apartment.
Unlock the door.
Very well.
No sign of Champlin having lived here. Mitchell, it is obvious that he rented this apartment for but one purpose.
Yeah, to make that tape recording. And that sort of points to the apartment next door. Who lives there?
A man called Groven, but I do not see much of him. He comes and goes mostly by night.
I think we're getting pretty warm, Deverick. Come on, out in the hall.
What are you going to do, Mr. Mitchell?
We're going to crash that party next door, if there is one.
Oh, please, I do not want any trouble.
You got a key?
Yes.
Lieutenant Deverick.
What do you want, Turhan?
This cablegram from Mr. Mitchell arrived at police headquarters right after the two of you left. Here you are.
Thanks. From the commissioner back in the States.
What does he say?
It's a list of the projects here in Istanbul that American engineers are working on.
Good. Maybe we can get some idea from studying it as to what is behind all this.
Look, this is no time to be reading lists. I still want to find out what's going on in this apartment next to Champlin's here. Give me that key.
Here you are.
Okay. Get ready for anything, Deverick.
Yes.
Okay, come on.
It is empty.
Oh, great. Look, this has got to be the meeting place. Champlin already had an apartment in Istanbul. Why would he rent the one next door here unless it was to make that recording?
Maybe the meeting has not yet taken place.
What time is it?
1 minute after midnight.
Oh. Well, I guess the only thing to do is to wait. Hope we're not too late.
Yes. Oh, it's stuffy in here. I will open the window. Yeah, that is better?
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
What is the matter?
Oh, brother, have I been a chump?
What?
I was so busily listening to the sound of that ferry boat whistle on the tape recording that I didn't pay any attention to another sound that was just as important. Look, this can't be the room where the meeting's to be held.
But why not?
You just opened that window. How did you open it?
Why, I just pushed it open.
Yeah, that's the point. It's a casement window. Now, think back to that recording. How did that guy close the window?
Why, let me see. He just... Wait. He pulled the window down.
Yeah, that's the point. It was an up and down window. And this one's a casement window. This isn't the room.
Yes, you are right, Mitchell. But that means we have lost.
Where's that apartment house owner?
Dragnet?
Yes.
Look, Dragnet, do you have any apartments in this building that have up and down windows?
I don't believe so. They all have casement windows, except a little room on the roof.
What little room?
Oh, just a small place on the roof which is rented to a friend of Groven, the man who has this apartment.
Come on, Deverick.
You think that is the place, Mitchell?
It's got to be the place. I only hope we're not too late. Here. This must be the door that opens out on the roof. Yeah.
Mitchell, there is the room over there.
Yeah. Sort of a poor man's penthouse.
Wait. Someone is coming out.
Yeah. One of them's got a little black bag.
Abdul, the police, take care of them. I will take the bag.
Very well. Stop, or I will shoot.
You will not shoot.
Out of the way, Buster.
Mitchell, the one with the black bag jumped over onto the next roof.
You missed. Come on, after him. Careful now.
Mitchell, do you realize who those two men are?
Sure. Kozin and Abdul, the two innocent peasants who witnessed Champlin's accident. That was quite a little act they put on for us. But now they've changed clothes and voices.
Yes. As soon as I heard Kozan's regular voice a second ago, I recognized it as a voice on the tape recording.
I gotta hand it to them. That was a pretty neat cover. Hey, look, Kozin went through that door. When we reach the stairway, Kozin is nowhere in sight. We pound down through the building and out on the street just in time to spot a car pulling away fast. It's Kozin heading out of the city. Deverick throws a couple of shots after him, but they don't take effect. We grab the first car we see and start hightailing after him.
We are not gaining much on him, Mitchell.
I know. Where's he heading anyway?
This road leads out to Lake Dercos.
But why should he be... Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Lake Dercos?
Yes, why?
That name rings a bell. I think the commissioner listed it in this cable. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Hey, that's one of the projects the American engineers are working on. A new water filtration plant.
Yes, that is right, Mitchell. And that plant started pumping at midnight. It supplies one entire quarter of the city with drinking water.
So that's the plan. Kozan dumps the bacteria in the water, and then half the city drops dead. And Kozan's got a half a mile's head start on us.
We are almost to Lake Dercos, Mitchell. There is the water filtration plant ahead of us on that rise.
Yeah, I see it. And Kozan is there. Look, he stopped his car.
He's getting out. Watch out!
I'm okay.
Here we are.
He's heading for that water tank.
Yes, look. There is the night watchman.
There was the night watchman. See if we can get a shot at him, Kozan.
Yes. Oh.
Deverick!
Just a shoulder wound. I am all right. Get him, Mitchell. It is up to you.
I head for the water tank. And Kozan, if I've counted right, his gun is empty. If not, he's got a slug for me. When I get to the tank, he's halfway up the middle ladder. Then I spot his gun on the ground and know my arithmetic is okay. I start climbing up after him. He's almost to the top by now, but I'm climbing faster than he is because he's holding the little black bag of tubes in one hand. Just as he reaches the top rung, I grab one of his ankles. He kicks at my hand, grinding my knuckles into the ladder. I let go, then grab both of his ankles. He twists his body and pulls me off the ladder. But I'm still hanging onto his legs. He's only hanging on with one hand now. I know if he goes, I go with him. I swing back to the ladder and wrap my legs around it. Then I jerk as hard as I can. I get back down the ladder, and Lieutenant Deverick is bending over Kozan.
He is dead, Mitchell.
Yeah? I shouldn't wonder. I almost went with him.
1 second more, and we would have...
Yeah, 1 second more, and we'd have been too many. Well, it's pretty fitting, I guess.
What do you mean?
Kozan was out to kill a lot of people with that little black bag, but that bag is the reason he couldn't hold on to the ladder. Yeah. Those bacteria were deadly, all right, to Kozan.
Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy.
Well, Frank, I'm waiting.
You're waiting, Mr. Donlevy? Waiting for what?
Waiting to find out what you're going to say about Wheaties tonight.
Oh, why so interested, Brian?
Well, I want to see if you'll say about the same things I would.
Well, let's see. Wheaties are whole wheat.
Yep.
And that means good, solid, all morning long energy.
Check.
Wheaties are packed with plenty of vitamins and minerals.
Oh, lots of them.
That help you feel better and work better and play harder.
Check, and check.
Wheaties taste so good.
Check. Well, that isn't all, is it?
Well, what do you... Oh, you mean see how...
Check.
See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Well done, Frank. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Check, Brian. See you next week.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright, with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
Now, Brian Donlevy, I believe you said you had another word for us.
Yes. I want to remind everyone that they can help feed Europe's hungry through CARE. $5.50 to CARE, New York, will send a package of food to a hungry family in Europe. Mail your $5.50 tonight. CARE, New York.
Next, The Falcon, one of 3 exciting mysteries, tonight on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall's brand new multivitamin product, Formula V10, is an excellent example. For Formula V10 is a really pleasant-tasting, really easy-to-take product that helps prevent vitamin and iron deficiencies. The recommended daily dosage supplies twice the minimum requirement of vitamin B1, 5 times the requirement of iron, plus minimum daily requirements of A, D, and B2, plus red crystal and vitamin B12. Ask for pleasant-tasting Formula V10. That's V as in vitamin. V10 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, gee, Diamond, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?
Oh, no, Seymour. I feel great.
Oh.
Who needs teeth? Come to think of it, though, I might be more comfy down here if you'd lift this desk off my chest.
Oh, yeah, sure. There you go.
Oh, well, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to knock you over.
Sorry, forget it. I enjoy having my chest crushed as much as the next guy.
Okay. Now, the throw I'm going to show you now is called a Japanese shoulder toss.
Look, Seymour, you've convinced me. Judo is a wonderful sport. I didn't realize what I've been missing all these years. I love this sport, judo. Now, what'll it be, canasta or old maid?
What?
How about hopscotch?
Oh, come on. Let me show you just one more throw, huh?
Not even if it was with a beanbag.
Hey, maybe some wrestling holds in. I know a lot of wrestling stuff. Must be some trick you'd like me to try.
No, Seymour. I really don't believe Well, come to think of it, yes, there is. A wonderful little trick.
Huh?
You get yourself a nice long rope, throw it high up into the air.
Yeah?
And then real quick you climb way, way up to the top and just disappear.
Oh, that's nuts.
Oh, a defeatist, huh? What? No. Diamond Detective Agency, brains, experience, enthusiasm, delirium tremens.
Rick, don't be so silly. I might have been a prospective client.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
Hi.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But you'll have to admit, I have got brains and enthusiasm and good looks and a dynamic personality. And my father can beat up your father.
Rick, you're incorrigible.
No, I'm right here in New York.
Oh, that's just dandy. Now, will you please tell me what we're doing tonight?
Oh, that, honey, is a long story.
I'm comfortable.
Well, remember the day we walked into Gimbel's basement and I bumped into an old schoolmate of mine who was demonstrating barbells?
I remember how funny you looked when he goaded you into picking up that big weight.
Yeah. And how hysterical it was when he had to carry me upstairs to the chiropractor.
I carried you just like a baby, too, didn't I?
Who's that?
Now, that's him. Muscles. He bicycled all the way over from Jersey just to tell me his ideas on self-defense.
He bicycled?
Oh, he was dressed for it. Top hat, tails, sneakers.
What are you talking about?
One of his cleverest ideas was that I'd treat him to dinner tonight if he could knock me to the floor in less than 30 seconds.
So?
Gave him the battle of his life. 7 seconds. The point is, where can we eat where they'll poison his food?
Hey, I heard that.
It's all right, Seymour. You can order small helpings.
Rick.
Let's make it Leon's, baby, okay?
Must we?
Will you be an angel and meet us at Leon's?
I'll meet you at Leon's.
8 o'clock sharp.
Rick, if you keep me waiting.
If I keep you waiting, you can have a lock of my hair. 8 o'clock.
Sharp.
Well, I'll see you at Leon's at 8 o'clock, huh? Bring lots of money, because I'm a guy who can really eat.
Oh, I'll bet you are. Well, if you arrive there before I do, Seymour, start in on the ferns by the front door. Seymour was too stupid to go away mad, but at least he went away. I settled back in my chair and made a half-hearted attempt to figure a face out of the water spot on the ceiling, When I woke up, it was 5 o'clock, and I hated myself for the indulgence. As I sat there thinking how much my mouth tasted like an old motorman's glove, I heard a noise in the hall on the other side of my door. Well, good afternoon. Something I can do for...
Juice bar. Juice bar.
Hey. He fell face forward into the pool of blood at his feet, like a wino who'd stumbled into a fountain of muscatel. Funny, isn't it, how an ice pick loses all its homey appeal when it's sticking out of a guy's back? The ice pick this guy was wearing was no exception. I didn't know how long he'd been leaning against my door, but one thing was certain: it was long enough to die. I put in a call to 5th Precinct Police Headquarters and Lieutenant Levinson, and 10 minutes later, my office was full of badges.
And you have no idea who he is, huh, Rick?
Not the vaguest, Walt.
Well, the checkup shows you're the only office in the building that's been open after 2, so he must have been on his way to see you when he got it from behind.
Maybe he was delivering ice and just happened to fall on his ice pick.
Otis.
Yeah?
Otis, now that you've solved it, why don't you go down to the glue factory and let them put you up in nice little glass bottles?
Oh.
Well, anyway, he has a billfold in his pocket. That ought to tell us something.
How about a look, Fatty?
Huh? Oh, sure. Here.
Quite a card collector, wasn't he?
Quite.
Gold Furriers, the Copper Room, O'Toole's Diner.
It's lousy food. Got ptomaine once from their cheesecake.
I remember. I got ptomaine just watching you eat it.
I resent that.
And I accept your apology.
Yeah. Huh?
Where's that green card from?
This one?
Yeah.
The Apollo Health Club. Hey, that's right down the street.
Nothing with the old boy's name on it, though.
Afraid not. However, something tells me you'll get that from the old boy's fingerprints.
Let's hope so.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Welcome to the Apollo Health Club. May I be of assistance?
I'd like to get a massage.
Splendid. Performs wonders after a fatiguing day. A veritable balm to the chafed tissues of the body.
But will it cure snow blindness?
I beg your pardon?
No, just ignore me. I'm a little chewed up today.
I assume you're referring to a state of mind.
Well, not altogether. Got a kink in my back that isn't entirely mental.
Well, at least you've come to the proper place. A measure of skillfully applied anatomical science will regenerate the damaged musculature in no time. O'Brien? Mr. O'Brien, front, please. One of my best masseurs.
Oh, you're the owner, huh?
I am, sir. Let me introduce myself. Emerson Van Arter, Doctor of Anatomical Science.
Richard Diamond.
A pleasure.
Nice layout you have here.
Indeed. 5 years of assiduous study in Switzerland under the illustrious Dr. von Sepperville has given me a boundless knowledge of the human mechanism. As a consequence, of course...
You call me, Doctor?
Yes. O'Brien, I did. Mr. Diamond here wishes a massage.
Sure, fine.
I'll speak to you later, Mr. Diamond.
Right this way, sir.
Remember, the blood toward the heart, always toward the heart.
A real private detective, huh?
Too private, judging from last month's receipts. Hey, you know, you really rubbed that kink out of my back.
Good. Don't know if you noticed it, but I was doing all my rubbing with my right arm. Tore a muscle on my left shoulder this morning. Really put it out of commission.
Oh, that's too bad. Speaking of things being out of commission, reminds me, there's a body down at the morgue I'd like you to take a look at. Guy might have been a client of yours.
Oh, what makes you think that?
Had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
Oh?
When could you come down?
How about tonight? We close here at 10.
Fine. Make it, about 10:30? Know where the morgue is?
Yeah. Now, how'd this guy die, anyway?
Somebody hid their ice pick in his spinal column.
No kidding.
Yeah. The corpse is a little dark-complexioned man. Kinky hair, glasses, bald spot on the top of his head.
Hey, that description fits a guy who comes in here every night around closing time. Fanatic on diet. He buys wheat germ from us by the case.
Know his name or where he lives?
Oh, I know that
Pardon the intrusion, gentlemen, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask Mr. O'Brien to hurry down to the gymnasium.
Oh, sure, right away, sir. Here's a fresh towel, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt like this, but we're a trifle understaffed, and expediting the evening rush is something of a problem.
Well, all right.
Talk to you later tonight, Mr. Diamond.
All right. Oh, hey, in case you can't make it, give me a buzz at Leon's restaurant. I'll be there till 9:15.
Right.
Monsieur Diamond.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Hello, Leon.
Par ici, par ici.
Which translated in English means?
Right this way.
Both my guests arrived?
Oui. First the young lady, then a few minutes later the gymnast. But, Monsieur Diamond, a telephone call is waiting for you.
Oh, thanks, Leon. Hello, Diamond speaking.
Hello, Mr. Diamond. This is Red O'Byron down at the Apollo Club.
Oh, yeah, old Iron.
Hey, listen, you gotta come down here right away. I really stumbled into something.
Yeah, what's that?
Can't tell you over the phone. Just get down here. Drop everything and get down here. Hurry.
Look, Red, I'm right in the middle of it. Hello? 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 Oh. Hey, kids, I gotta run. Be back in a few minutes.
Just where do you think you're going?
Place called the Apollo Club.
Yeah? Well, how about my dinner?
Go right ahead and order. I'll be back. Oh, by the way, Seymour, that potato salad on the child's plate is a real deal for a quarter. And Helen,
Yes, Rick.
shoot the kill if he even suggests wrestling. I walked out of Leon's, flagged down a cab, and spent the trip back to the Apollo Club, wondering what Red O'Byron was so worked up about and why he'd hung up on me. As my cab started to swing in toward the curb, I got that lousy feeling again, and I decided definitely it was not one of Leon's martinis, but rather the large white ambulance parked in front of the Apollo Health Club. I was halfway up the steps of the club when Dr. Van Arthur appeared in the doorway.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. This is terrible. Terrible.
What is?
We've had an accident.
Red O'Byron?
Yes. Oh, terrible. Like losing a son.
Losing? He's dead?
Yes. He was performing a handstand on the rings in the gymnasium, and he slipped and fell. Broke his neck.
Now, Rexall's Pharmaceutical Laboratories announce a brand new vitamin product, Rexall 5X Vitamins. They're called 5X because each tablet supplies 5 times the daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. What's more, each tablet contains 5 micrograms of red crystalline B12. Right now, your Rexall family druggist is introducing this new vitamin product with a special offer. He will give you, free of extra cost, a 10-day trial supply of 5X vitamins when you purchase the regular bottle of 50 tablets. Try 5X vitamins for 10 days. And if you're not completely satisfied, simply return the unopened bottle of 50 and your full purchase price will be refunded. Ask for the regular 50-tablet bottle and 10-day trial bottle of Rexall 5X vitamins. Both just $6.95 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, hello, Otis. Is the lieutenant around?
Yeah, he's around, so what?
Otis, did you ever think how silly you'd look hanging from your thumbs?
Ah, go soak your head.
You mean that's how you shrunk yours?
Ooh.
Well, now, isn't that a coincidence?
Is it?
I was just thinking how peaceful it is around the precinct when you're not.
Yeah.
You shut up, you.
You tell him, Fatty.
How would you like to...
I'd like a little information, if you don't mind. I'd like you to see what facts you can scare up on the guy who runs the Apollo Health Club. Name is Van Arthur.
If I remember right, the stiff we hauled away in front of your office today had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
You remember right?
And we found out his name was Rudy Lubin. Narcotics has a file on him that goes forever.
How about the ice pick? Any fingerprints?
None.
Well, that's always a help.
I should say.
Personally, I think Otis did it.
Think I did what?
You see, Walter, typical pathological reaction?
What do you mean?
Oh, don't worry, Otis. We won't let them hang you, right, Walt?
Right.
Not as long as we have a rope and a tree.
No. Hey, what's up? Who you calling?
Leon's restaurant. Helen's over there breathing with her diaphragm. And Seymour... Oh, you don't know him, but he's tearing phone books apart.
Good evening, Leon.
Oh, hello, Leon. This is Richard Diamond. My friend still there?
Oui. They are waiting for you, no?
They're waiting for me, yes. Let me speak to the noisy one with the biceps, will you?
Oui, bien entendu.
What's all this about?
It's about a guy who got stabbed in front of my door, a masseur named O'Byron who got his neck broken doing tricks on the rings, and something that O'Byron mentioned earlier.
Hello.
Seymour?
Hey, where are you anyway? We've been waiting an hour.
That's not the point. The point is, I want you to listen to me. Could a guy do a handstand on the rings if he had a torn muscle in his shoulder?
Are you kidding?
I'm very serious.
Heck no, he couldn't. It's impossible. Shoulder muscles are the ones do all the work. Deltoids, trapezius, upper pecs.
Yeah. Okay. Look, Seymour, you got to do me a favor. Meet me in front of the Apollo Health Club as soon as you can get there.
Well, how about your girlfriend?
Tell her to wait there till I come for her.
Well, okay, then. Only, what are we going to do?
Trap a murderer. I hung up, assured Lieutenant Levinson that I was just going to do a little reconnaissance work, and then left for the Apollo Club. Seymour was waiting when my cab drew up in front. I explained to him the part I wanted him to play.
Just leave it to me. If this doctor's a phony, I'll find out for you.
Let's go.
Hello again, Mr. Diamond.
Doctor?
I just talked to the O'Brien boys' family. Oh, it was heartrending, absolutely heartrending. I almost broke down.
No, you will before it's over.
Huh?
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Seymour Caper.
A pleasure, sir.
What do you say, Doc?
Seymour's been having a little trouble with his chest lately. I told him you were a doctor of...
anatomical science.
Yeah, and that you could undoubtedly do him some good.
Very kind of you.
It's something to do with my muscles. You know anything about them?
Muscles are what an anatomical scientist knows most about.
Oh, swell.
The doctor studied all about muscles in Switzerland.
Oh?
Just what seems to be the trouble.
Well, here's the deal, Doc. It all started the other day when I was working out with my barbells. I was doing an exercise for my trapezius when all of a sudden I got a spasm in my tensor fascia. So I bent over to set the barbell down on the floor, and that's when the pain hit me. First in my pectoralis minor, then in my intercostals, and finally in my diaphragm. A kind of spasmodic contraction like when you get the hiccups. Only no hiccups. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes. A spasmodic contraction.
Of the diaphragm.
Only no hiccups.
And then my abdominals began tightening until I could hardly expel my rib cage.
Oh.
That's when I called Diamond here.
I see. Yes, quite naturally. If you'll pardon me a moment, I'll see if I can...
Yeah, but wait a minute. I haven't told you about my rhomboids.
His rhomboids seem to be completely out of whack.
Beg your pardon?
Well, it must be either my rhomboids or my dorsal spinalis. Awful pain right between my shoulder blades. What do you figure it is, Doc?
Well, actually, hasty diagnosis isn't feasible. Huh? I really couldn't...
Yeah, but you just put your hand on my left rhomboid and feel how knotty it is, huh?
Left rhomboid?
Yeah, go ahead, feel it. It's right under the middle trapezius, Doc. You know where that is.
Please, Seymour. Don't insult the doctor. Any old quack knows where that is.
Yes, certainly. Middle trapezius. Oh, great Scott. I'd almost forgotten. I left a client under the sun lamp. Pardon me, gentlemen. I'll be back in a moment.
Have a hunch he's heading straight for an anatomy chart.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That guy's as phony as the title he uses. Doctor of Anatomical Science, my gluteus.
Mine, too. Come on. I took Seymour by his rhomboid and led him out onto the street, down to the middle of the block, and up 3 flights to my office. While I did my thinking, Seymour did his push-ups.
302. 303.
Well, Seymour, we know 3 things. O'Brien couldn't have been exercising on the rings with an injured shoulder.
5 right.
And the doctor's a phony.
6 right.
Then the doctor is a front for something that's important enough to kill people over.
300 and right 8.
As a consequence, you and I are burglars.
9 right. What?
Starting as soon as the Apollo Club closes.
But you mean we're going to bust into the joint?
We're going to bust into the joint or flatten your head in the attempt. Seymour, you opened that window beautifully.
Thanks.
Remind me to autograph your biceps later.
Hey, this detective business is dangerous, ain't it?
Oh, yes. But think of the advantages. Long hours, no time for meals, and on a good day, a guy can pick up as high as 200 or 300 bullets in his back.
I don't like it.
Go on, crawl in.
Okay. Don't push.
I followed Seymour in, and we waited a minute for our eyes to get accustomed to the darkness. Then we moved cautiously down the stairway to the first floor. I had no idea what I was looking for, but Dr. Van Arthur's office was the first place where I tried to find it.
Hey, the door's locked. You want it opened?
Well, of course I do, Seymour. Use your head. Seymour would be pulling plywood out of his scalp for the next week, but it got us in. I took the place apart, but came up with a big fat nothing. So he left the office and headed down the hall toward the back of the building.
Hey, look.
What's the matter?
It's a fruit juice bar. Oh, boy, am I thirsty.
Well, go mix yourself up a... Juice bar? Juice bar, that's it.
Yeah, good stiff belt of celery juice.
No. This is what the little man who was stabbed outside my office was gasping about when he died. A juice bar. Come on.
Huh, nothing but juice.
Oh, I wonder what's in this cupboard under the counter.
Is it locked?
Yeah. Think you can pull it open?
Just watch me. You see?
Seymour.
Yeah?
Will you marry me?
I'll give you a belt and a solar plexus.
Later, huh? Right now, let's see what's in this cupboard. You got a match?
I don't smoke.
That's all right. I found one. Well, what do you know about that? Nothing but cans of wheat germ.
Hey, you know what that stuff is, don't you?
I know that the masseur who got killed here told me that the guy who died in front of my office bought it up by the case.
Hand me a can, will you?
Sure. Here.
It's stuffed full of vitamins, you know. You want a handful?
Oh, no, thanks.
Yeah. Well, it must be some extra special brand. Never tasted anything like this before.
Chew a little louder, Seymour. We can dance to it.
Hey. Hey, that really hits the spot, man. Hey, you want to wrestle?
Oh, quiet, Seymour.
You know what, boy? I can fly.
Seymour.
I can fly, I tell you, see? Oh, man, do I ever love to fly.
While Seymour stood there flapping his arms, I stuck my nose into the can he was holding. Uh-huh. Once you've smelled opium, you can always recognize the aroma, even when it's mixed with wheat germ. I was trying to decide what to do with Seymour when he slid slowly to the floor under the counter and rocked out. I loosened his collar and then started for a telephone.
Leaving, Mr. Detective.
Wow. Doctor, working late?
I'm glad I arrived in time to offer you a drink of fruit juice.
Well, thanks loads, but I'm driving.
Where you're going, Mr. Detective, the weather is too hot for driving.
Now, isn't that a nasty thing for a guy who sticks ice picks in people to say?
Oh, that was a most unpleasant experience, I assure you. It's just that Mr. Lupin began demanding a little too high a percentage for distributing my health foods. Even went so far as to threaten me with exposure.
So you grabbed up an ice pick from your juice bar and followed him out of the club?
Mm-hmm. I doubt if he ever knew what hit him.
Oh, I bet he had a hunch.
Well, I perceive that you sampled my wheat germ.
No, I opened a can or two. Personally, I never touched the stuff without bananas and cream.
You've made the same unfortunate discovery that Wade O'Brien made, Mr. Detective.
Oh, that's why he called me at Leon's.
Yes, and that's also why I had to resort to the unsportsmanlike expedient of luring him to the balcony of the gymnasium and then pushing him over head first.
I was about to call the doctor a particularly dirty name when Seymour's hulking shoulders loomed up behind the juice bar, not over 3 feet from where the doctor was standing. Doctor, you're wrong. Seymour is not a sissy.
What?
I don't think you could beat up Seymour with one hand. That's what.
Mr. Diamond, I'm afraid you're asking to be shot.
Yeah, well, just to try it.
Who said...
Yeah. That'll teach him to call somebody who knows how to fly a sissy.
Still here, though, huh?
Oui, but very angry.
Look, Leon, you got to do something for me.
Oui.
Tell the violinist to get his big fat Stradivarius over to where she's sitting. And quick.
Oui, immediately.
Hello, Miss Asher. Oh, come on, sweetie. I've had a rough night subduing murderers, opium eaters. Least you could do is say hello.
Hello.
I like that song, don't you?
Look, I know all about you and your little violin bit.
Huh?
I saw Leon pointing us out to the violinist.
He did?
Mm-hmm. And where, may I ask, is little Seymour?
Little Seymour ate too many goodies. He's having his stomach pumped.
Oh, now that's sweet.
I think so. I think the song is nice, too.
I think you should sing it, too.
I think I should, too.
Hold me close and hold me fast, the magic spell you cast. This is La Bien Rose. When you kiss me, heaven sighs, and though I close my eyes, I see La Bien Rose. When you press me to your heart, I'm in a world apart, a world where roses bloom. And when you speak, angels sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love songs. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be La Vie en Rose.
Nothing?
I won't say.
Want to feel my biceps?
All right.
Well?
Nothing.
Here's a way to lose up to 5 pounds a week and lose where it shows. Yes, friends, I'm talking about the new Ann Delafield reducing plan. Today, there's simply no reason for any woman, or man either, to be handicapped by ugly fat. With the scientific Ann Delafield reducing plan, losing weight is easy. It's fun. You don't starve, you don't count calories, there are no drugs, no unbalanced dieting. Why put up with those dangerous extra pounds a moment longer? Ask for the Ann Delafield reducing plan today at any Rexall drugstore. And overweight men, here's wonderful news for you. Rexall has just introduced a brand new men's product for the first time anywhere, the Delafield reducing plan for men. Look young, feel young, stay young for your age with a plan tailor-made for you at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Harvey Easton with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Bill Conrad, Jay Novello, and Dan O'Herlihy. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now, enjoy quick, cooling relief from sunburn with Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's a new, soothing lotion that actually forms a protective film over the skin. Spreads better, stays on longer than ordinary sunburn remedies. Take the burn out of sunburn. Try Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Here comes Dick Tracy now. Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially delicious, refreshing cereals that are shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy, now bring you another electrically transcribed episode in this new series of thrilling Dick Tracy adventures. Listen to that big gun. That's the sound you hear all day long at the Quaker plants, where Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice are made. It's actually shot from guns, you know. Now, that may seem a strange way to make cereals as delicious and refreshing as puffed wheat and puffed rice are, but there's a reason. When nourishing grains of wheat and rice are shot from these special Quaker guns, they're exploded to 8 times their normal size. And that gives puffed wheat and puffed rice those tempting, different flavors that thousands of boys and girls and grown-ups enjoy so much. It makes them special easy to digest, too, so that you get their trigger-fast food energy quickly and easily. And remember, you need lots of that same kind of quick energy every day to be as alert and physically fit as Dick Tracy is. And here's another thing. The best way you can show Dick Tracy you're enjoying his swell adventures is to ask Mother to give you puffed wheat for breakfast one day and then puffed rice the next. That way you let Dick know you're with him and for him. And you have a delightful breakfast change the whole family enjoys. So ask Mother now to get you Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice from the grocer who displays the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol headquarters sign right away. The inhabitants of Pitchblende, a mining town in the Canadian Northwest, live in terror of Vernon Kyle and his lawless gang. Already robbed of half their mines, the townspeople find courage in Dick Tracy's arrival to refuse Kyle's latest demand that their Pitchblende ore, which contains radium, be transported by his plane at an exorbitant charge rather than by dog sled. Despite Kyle's threats, the dog teams, guarded by Pat Patton and some mounted police, are en route to Peel River. Meanwhile, at Mountie headquarters, Tracy, Captain McKean, and Junior hear a weird cry in the night as a mysterious horseman gallops on by the wind, leaving his note at their door.
You cannot win alone against the snake that calls itself Vernon Kyle. I will help you. And it's signed the Purple Rider.
Purple Rider? Gee, I wonder who he is.
Yeah, I can still see him. The hooded rider galloping across the moon. There he's gone now over the brow of that hill. Well, Tracy, what does this mean? What do you make of it?
Well, offhand, McKean, I'd say that the miners hereabout are not the only ones who have a grievance against Vernon Kyle. Seems to be someone else. Someone, I might add, with an obvious leaning toward theatrical effect.
Well, what do you think this Purple Rider plans to do?
Oh, as to that, McKean, your guess is as good as mine. We can only wait and see.
The Purple Rider? Christ, it sort of makes me feel, I don't know, sort of creepy, Dick.
Well, Junior, I should say that's the effect it's intended to produce, especially in our friend Vernon Kyle. Might be that the Purple Rider hopes to scare Kyle into leaving town, but of course that's just a guess.
Nevertheless, whatever the reasons of the Purple Rider happen to be, he's definitely acting outside the law, and it'll be our job to capture him now as well as Vernon Kyle.
Yes, Captain. You're quite right about that. Quite right.
Hey, Kyle, the jaw of yours is swelling up like a balloon. You sure you don't want some ice or something to put on it?
When I want anything, I'll ask for it. Oh. I think that fool Patton broke a tooth when he hit me this afternoon. I'll get him for that, I swear I will.
Yeah, well, how about those dog sleds and the fellows are driving them? They're the ones we ought to get right now.
Don't you think I knew it?
Yeah, but what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
What do you mean?
It's simple. I said I'd get Patton, and I said I'd stop those dog sleds. Well, the boys are on their way to Dead Man's Pass right now. They'll get there before the dog sleds do. And it's going to be just too bad for Patton and the rest of them.
You're going to shoot them up a little, eh?
Don't be a fool. Think I want to find myself at the end of a rope? Oh, no. Tracy knows I'm out to get those dog sleds, and he heard me say I'd get Patton. Well, I'm going to do both those things, all right. But I'm going to do it so that Tracy won't be able to pin anything on me.
Yeah, but how are you going to do it?
Boys, they got their orders.
Well, aren't you going to let me in on it?
You talk too much.
Oh, now listen, Ren. I can keep my mouth shut. Let me in on it, will you? I don't like this guy Patton or Tracy for that matter any more than you do.
Not a chance. What time is it?
8 o'clock. Why?
Baldy was supposed to be here by 7:30, and he ain't showed up yet. Have a look outside. Maybe he's at the bar.
Okay.
Jumping coyotes, look at this.
What is it?
Why, well, I'll be hanged if it isn't a knife stuck in the door with a note attached to it.
A knife with a note? Let me see it quick.
Here you are.
You will never see Baldy again. He is the first. Signed the Purple Rider.
What the? Jumping Jenny, Ren. Hey, what does it mean?
You can see what's written here, can't you? It says we'll never see Baldy again. He's the first. What does that mean, the first?
Well, it must mean that somebody else will be the second, Kyle. Hey, I don't like this. Say, who is this Purple Rider? You ever hear of him before?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Tracy's behind this. Yeah, the more I think of it, the more I'm sure. He's trying to frighten us out of town. Well, he won't get away with it, I tell you. He won't get away with it.
Mush! Get along there.
Oh, boy, this wind sure is sharp and cold. It goes right through these furs.
Sure does. We're used to cold nights up here, but we don't get many like this, I can tell you.
You boys going to make camp for the night?
Later on, Patton, after we get through Dead Man's Pass. That's the halfway mark, you know.
Yeah. Hey, you know, it's funny. I always had the impression that you men rode in your dog sleds. All you've done since we left Pitchblende is to run behind them and steer them.
That's right, Patton. Of course, sometimes we hop on the runners in back for a little rest. But most of the time, we run along with the dogs.
Yeah, I noticed the dogs keep up a mighty steady pace.
Yes, Patton, that's right. They last longer that way. Conserve their strength.
I see. Say, what's that howling I hear?
Them's wolves off in the hills, howling at that big white moon up there.
Yeah, sort of weird sound, isn't it?
Hey, get used to it. Ah, there's Dead Man's Pass up there.
Yeah, I see. Just a narrow pass running between those cliffs, huh?
Yeah. Once through there, we can pitch camp for the night and sit down to a good mess of pork and beans. Hey, you men. Dead Man's Pass straight ahead. Get a move on.
Well, we're coming into Dead Man's Pass now. Say, look at those cliffs of snow and ice towering about us on both sides there. That seems so on the other.
Yep.
Gosh, they're beautiful. Especially with the moon shining on them.
Yeah, another 5 minutes and we'll be through. And then for that pork and beans.
Oh, I could do with a mess of pork. Hey, what's that?
The snow. It's coming down. It's a snowslide. The snowslide. Run for your lives. Run, you fools. Run! Well, Tracy, I think it's about time for me to be hitting the hay. How about you?
Well, not for a while yet, McKean. I want to finish this chapter on radium before I turn in.
Well, if you're going to stay up, maybe I'll stay up a little while and finish another pipe.
Well, now, please don't feel you have to play host.
We get so few visitors up here in the wilderness, I'm glad to have a chance to chat about things.
I know just how you feel. Say, are those wolves howling?
Yes, baying at the moon, I guess. Not a sound you city folks have often. Yeah, up here in the loneliness, we're used to it.
I suppose so. It certainly has a lonely quality, hasn't it? You can imagine what it's like out there in those frozen wastes. You know, this country makes a man feel like...
Oh, what can that be at this time of the night?
There's only one way to find out.
Right. All right. I'm coming.
Jack!
In the name of heaven, hurry, man.
What's happened to you?
Dead Man's Pass. The dog sled. The snow slide.
What?
Avalanche. Hurry or it'll be too late.
Did you say a snowslide?
Yeah. Every sled buried beneath the snow except mine. I was in the rear. I was just about to enter the pass when it happened. For heaven's sake, hurry.
Tracy, what'll we do? Round up as many men and dog teams as we've got. We've got to save those men.
Yes, but can we? Buried beneath the snow.
Don't talk, man. Act. Round up your men. Get every dog sled available. As many shovels as you can find. We've got to save those men, and we've got to start at once if we're to do it.
Well, heaven help us for being time. Push, you dogs. Get along there.
Watch those dogs to their limit. Don't let up. The lives of the men may depend on those animals.
It's strange, Tracy. Very strange.
What is, McKean?
There's never been a snowslide at Dead Man's Pass. They can't figure out what could have caused one at this time. And one just as those men were passing through, too.
Well, the fact that there's never been one before, and this one happened just as the men were passing through, those aren't meaningless, unrelated facts.
What do you mean?
I mean, McKean, that pass was exploded. I know it sounds like a wild guess, but I have a strong hunch. Dynamite was used to move that snow at precisely the right moment to trap those dog sleds.
You think Vernon Kyle did it, eh?
Yes, sir. I'm quite certain that Vernon Kyle is mixed up in this. But I'm not as certain that we'll be able to prove it. He didn't want that dog sled party to get through. He also wanted to get back at Patton. He's chosen the one method by which he could accomplish his plans and cover his tracks at the same time.
Well, if he's responsible, we'll find some way of getting him.
I hope so. Keep them moving, McKean.
Get along there. And Tracy, we've got to save those men. I feel a sense of personal responsibility, and I'm sure you do. They've got families, many of them, and if they should die...
Don't think about it. Keep moving. Hurry, you men. Keep up with us here.
Nothing tryouts. We're doing the best we can.
Hey, Tracy, look. There's Dead Man's Pass ahead.
Yes. Look at that mound of snow. We're going to have a handful digging them out of there.
Well, we've got to save them. We've got to.
And we will, McKean, if it's humanly possible.
All right, men. Pull up. We're here now. All right, pull the sleds over to the side. And get those shovels and get busy.
Even if they're buried under all that snow, they haven't got a chance. Yeah, that's what I say.
What are you men talking about? There's one chance in a million to save those men. We've got to take it. We've got to dig until we collapse. Now get in there and start. Every second counts.
Okay, Mr. Tracy. Get going, boys. Come on now.
Hey, come on, boys. Here's one of them. Help me pull him out. Gee, he's frozen. Come on. Who is it, Tracy?
Pat. Pat, speak to me, old man. Speak to me.
He's finished, if you ask me.
Don't stand around, you men. Keep on digging. There are others in there. Get them out. Keep digging, do you hear? Keep digging.
Come on, boys. Keep at it. Come on. Keep going.
Pat, old boy.
Tracy, is he?
I don't know, McKean. I don't know.
Come on.
Is Pat Patton alive or dead? And what will happen next in this drama of the forces of law against the forces of evil? We'll soon know. But now it's time for our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, and all you boys and girls are invited to attend by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two specially delicious, refreshing cereals that are shot from guns to give you trigger-fast food energy. All right, Junior, we're ready.
The meeting will now come to order. And today, Miss Tress Trueheart has a special message for you.
Yes, Miss Trueheart wants to congratulate all the girls on the way they're getting their friends to join the National Girls Division of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol.
And Dick Tracy sends congratulations to the fellas, too. You're doing a swell job.
Dick and Tess want me to remind you all to be sure to sign your patrol pledge in the presence of your mother when you get it. That's very important.
You know, the patrol pledge really does mean a lot. That pledge has been a lasting bond between Dick Tracy, Pat, and me through all our adventures together.
Just like the Three Musketeers, eh, Junior?
Yes, sir. All for one and one for all. And Dick would like to know that every real red-blooded boy and girl in the country has signed that same pledge that means so much to us.
Hear that, fellows and girls? If you've signed your pledge, you know how much that means. But if you haven't joined the patrol yet, send for your membership now. Get your secret code book, your patrol pledge, an official badge, free. Now, here's all you do. Just send 2 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops with your name and address printed on a plain piece of paper to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. And on this piece of paper where you print your name and address, also print Girls Division if you're a girl, or if you're a boy, just print the word boy. Remember, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice are the 2 specially delicious cereals that give you trigger-fast food energy because they're shot from guns. So ask Mother now to get you some of each from the grocer's right away.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting electrically transcribed Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at this same time. There goes Dick Tracy now. That is all.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Roy Casper? Colonel Mannering. Oh, thank goodness you've called, Colonel. Everything's gone wrong. Contacts have been murdered and I've been held. They think it's me. I've been questioned for hours and I didn't know how much to tell them.
They didn't get anything out of you. You obeyed orders exactly.
Yes, sir. I didn't tell them anything. Nothing about you or the organization.
Then there's nothing to worry about. You've done a splendid job, Casper. I'll contact the proper authorities right away. I'll clear you absolutely. There'll be no more questions. Now listen.
But while Colonel Mannering was reassuring Casper, a figure was creeping silently up the fire escape outside. It was Sergeant Blackie, and in his right hand he held a revolver.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed finds himself at a dead end, and the balloon goes up for Emma Peel in what is clearly a case of interrogation. Mother and John Steed had been unable to get the truth from Roy Casper. They knew that secret information must have leaked out through him. Someone had somehow managed to persuade him to talk, to give away the names of his two contact men. The contact men had both died, and Casper had been given to understand that he was under suspicion of murder. Going back to his flat, Casper had sent an emergency message in the shape of a homing pigeon to Colonel Mannering. Mannering, aware that this was big trouble for his organization, had made his own plans, which was why he was taking so long over the phone call.
There's nothing to worry about, my boy. You just leave it all to me.
Yes, sir. But there is still so much I don't understand.
There's no need for you to understand. You do as you're told.
Yes, sir. Yes, of course, sir.
Yes. May I quiet you in your own apartment?
Yes, but they suspect I'm guilty.
I've told you I will clear you.
But Izzy Pound is dead. What about that murder, sir? I was the only one who knew him.
I have told you there is nothing to worry about.
But there was, for the man outside on the fire escape had succeeded in opening the window and slipping inside. Roy Casper was so intent on his phone conversation that he didn't hear the door open slowly. Blackie raised the revolver. On the other end of the line, the colonel heard the shot and the crash as Casper, dead before he reached the floor, fell heavily across the telephone, taking it with him. Colonel Mannering smiled.
Splendid. Splendid, Blackie.
The colonel replaced his own receiver with a smile of satisfaction. Downstairs in the street, John Steed's keen ears caught the sound of the shot. He left his car and raced into the building, tearing up to Casper's apartment. He burst in through the door.
Casper! Casper! Oh, no.
Oh, yes. The body lay sprawled amongst the upturned table and telephone. A vase of flowers spilt water mixing with the blood on the carpet. And next to Casper's right hand was an ugly, black-snouted revolver. It looked as though Roy Casper, riddled with guilt by his own actions, had taken the easy way out. Next morning, Emma Peel also made a thorough search of her flat. This time it was Charles Minnow's. And she had Norton, the forensic expert, with her.
We've been all over everything, Mrs. Peel.
So I see. The place looks like it. You must call in on me when I'm next spring cleaning. Anything interesting?
This, a cigarette end. Very similar to the one we found in Roy Casper's flat when he disappeared. Hand-rolled, custom-made, mixture of Virginian and Turkish tobaccos. With
a preponderance of Oriental herbs, right?
Right.
Excuse me.
Mrs. Peel made for the phone. In his headquarters, Mother put down a dry sherry he was sipping and answered the call.
Mother?
We found something at Minnow's. A cigarette stub. Exactly the same brand as that found in Roy Casper's place. It's hand-rolled, custom-made mixture of Virginian and Turkish tobaccos, with a preponderance of Oriental herbs. What do you think?
I think it's revolting. Quite spoilt my sherry.
It proves there's a link.
It proves there's a kink, too. You better watch your step, Mrs. Peel.
Any man who'd smoke such a nauseating mixture must be evil incarnate.
But don't you see? It's the same pattern as before. Whoever grabbed Casper has now grabbed Minnow.
We don't know for certain that Casper was grabbed.
Just the same.
Just the same, we must assume the worst. You're quite right, yes.
You mean Minnow will talk?
If it's the same pattern, then of course he will talk. And that means betraying his contacts. Minnow's number one contact is a fellow called Fillington. He's a professional footballer. You better get to him and tip him off. This is one game in which he really will have to keep his eye on the ball.
When Steve joined Mother later that morning, Mother wasn't very happy. He was even less happy when he heard of Casper's death the night before.
He couldn't be deader. He was shot in an attempt to make it look like suicide. It wasn't, of course.
I suppose it could have been.
No, it just looks like it. Casper was told to go away and think things over. Izzy Pound's death really shook him. Now, I swear he would have come clean sooner or later. Now, that's why they wiped him out.
They? Who are they?
Yes, well, that's just the point, isn't it? Who are they?
Mrs. Peel rang up. Minnow's missing. Mrs. Peel has found evidence to suggest there's been a similar snatch. It might be a complete repeat performance. Mrs. Peel's on her way to warn Fillington. He's Minnow's number one contact.
Well, let's hope it's not a repeat performance. Let's hope Fillington's still alive and kicking.
Fillington was alive and kicking. He was in a grassy field near his home, booting the ball against a tree.
46, 47,
Mrs. Peel, at the wheel of her sports car, was driving the roads around the area, searching for Fillington. She saw him and screamed to a stop. Fillington missed the tree. The football rolled towards a small clump of bushes. Fillington made after it, just as Mrs. Peel drew up. As Fillington approached the bushes, the snout of a rifle pushed its way through the leaves. Fillington picked up the ball and started heading it. Mrs. Peel yelled from the near road.
Mr. Fillington! Mr. Fillington!
Fillington spun round. His head hit the ball just as the bullet hit his head.
Mother?
Mother? Mrs. Peel, too late.
Fillington?
Is dead.
Dead. I see.
This confirms it, doesn't it? Minnow has talked.
Looks like it. It's all systems go from now on.
I'm ready. Just give me the name of Minnow's second contact.
It's a street vendor. He has a stall in Bridgewell Road. His name is Herbert Puffin.
Got it. Herbert Puffin. Street vendor, Bridgewell Road. So that's Minnow's second contact.
Colonel Mannering was working on much the same lines.
Your second contact. The name of your second contact, Minnow? Oh, come on, man. The name of your second contact. Give it to me. Give me his name. No.
I say, escape attempts are allowed here, aren't they?
Certainly.
Good. I wouldn't want to break the rules, you know. I say, you've hurt your hand.
It's nothing.
Well, just the same, I'd put something on if I were you, sir. That was an awfully good punch, if you'll allow me to say so. I should think you've done a fair amount of boxing in the ring.
Well, I did box my battalion.
Really? Then you know old Kenosha, right?
We were in the same team together.
Yeah, splendid man, Kenosha.
First class.
Salt of the earth. But,
Enough of this! The name of your second contact. Tell me now. His name, Minnow. His name!
Bridgewell Road is nearly always busy. On the day Mrs. Peel called, it was unusually so. She searched for the street vendor, Herbert Puffin, and eventually found his stall. A sign above it read, H. Puffin, balloon for every occasion. H. Puffin was occupied blowing up balloons from a small cylinder of gas. Balloons on various lengths of string bobbed all around him.
Mr. Puffin! Mr. Puffin! Yes? Mr. Puffin, you're in great danger.
Danger? A gentle, silly old man, balloon seller like me.
How could I possibly be in danger?
Look, I'm Emma Peel. Mother sent me here. Look, my identification.
The old man peered at the card Emma Peel held out. His manner changed. So did his accent.
Mother sent you, hmm? What's the problem?
Minnow, there's been a leak. His first contact's dead. We think you're known. If so, they'll be after you, too.
Oh, thanks for the warning. Perhaps I'd better pack and get...
Down! Down!
As old Puffin and Emma Peel dropped for cover behind the stall, balloons began to burst around them. Bullets sang out.
He's got us a bit pinned down, I'm afraid.
Yes, let's counterattack. Set these balloons free and burst a few of the others.
Blackie, the assassin, moved to the back of the stall. People in the street laughed as the balloons exploded. Mrs. Peel was waiting for Blackie. She jumped him. Ah! Oh! The gun dropped to the pavement. Old Puffin grabbed it. Mrs. Peel was thrown. Ah! Blackie staggered back, picked up the sharp scissors Puffin had been using to cut his string, and plunged forward, using them as a dagger. He drew his arm back, ready to stab, when... Ah! Puffin stood amongst the wreckage of his stall, the revolver in his hand.
Funny. I'm so old, and yet that's the first man I've ever killed.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Listen at the close of this program for an important announcement regarding a time change. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I didn't see the man, I swear I didn't. He just appeared out of nowhere. I didn't see a thing. I only heard that awful thump when the car hit him. It was an accident, I tell you.
Friday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the odd story of Blind Alley. Young Henry Carteret III and his widowed mother lived with Henry's paternal grandfather. Grandfather Carteret is immensely wealthy and lives on a vast estate in the suburbs. Young Henry, after graduation, seemed to follow in the footsteps of his late father. He's a weak sort and quite the playboy of the city, gambling and drinking. So Grandfather, though inclined to be generous, finds it necessary to cut down on Henry's allowance.
But, Grandfather, I can't get along now. I can hardly make ends meet. But it's embarrassing.
Embarrassing? Huh. For a whole year now, all you've done is gad about all night and drink and gamble. Well, I've paid all the debts I'm going to.
Well, what can I do on $100 a week?
When I was your age, I got along on $10 a week.
But times have changed since you were a boy.
Just like your father. Physical wreck and in his grave before he was 35.
Oh, well, he did everything to excess.
He was my son. I know what he did. Started out just like you. But each day he got a little worse. He was smart, too. He knew just when to slow down.
I know how to handle myself.
And got nothing around you but a bunch of leeches.
Oh, you're just soured on everything and everybody.
Some of your friends you've had around here would sicken anybody with horse sense.
And you refuse to give me an extra $100 tonight?
I won't give you 10 cents.
I'd rather die before I'm 40 than be like you.
You keep on the way you are, and you'll get your wish.
Can I have $50?
If you say another word, I'll stop your allowance completely. Do you hear?
What is it, Henry? What's wrong, darling?
Oh, nothing, Mother, nothing at all. Grandfather's on one of his economy rampages.
Oh, but, darling, your grandfather is right. You're only harming yourself.
Well, what good is money if you can't use it?
Depends on how you use it.
Oh, he couldn't spend his money in the next 50 years if he tried.
No, but you certainly could.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
Leave it to you, providing you get some sense in your head. If you don't, I'll leave it to a home for indigent cats. What you need is a good solid jolt in the solar plexus, and that's just what you're heading for.
Please, Henry, run along. I can't stand any more of this.
$20. I can't even take a girl to dinner.
No, not the kind you know.
Please go,
All
Henry.
right, Mother.
And if I get lost in the big city, I promise I'll go to the big policeman and tell him who I am.
Oh, if he only knew what I went through with his father.
Yeah, I know, Mary. Some fellows just have to be beaten over the head with a club before they wake up. Well, I'll do my best, Mary.
For several weeks, Henry has been making the rounds of the nightclubs and gambling places with his latest girlfriend, Nella Goodwin of the Boston Goodwins. Nella and her brother Jerry have been vacationing in the vicinity. The three of them have made the rounds and have dropped into Nella's apartment for a nightcap.
Well, I certainly had a wonderful time tonight, Henry.
Did you, Nella? Well, so did I. But I was so sure I'd clean up on that roulette wheel.
You can't win all the time. Here's your drink.
Thanks. Let's see, how much did I borrow from you, Jerry?
Oh, just 100.
No, I'll let you have it in a couple of days.
No hurry.
Really think you should drink any more tonight, Henry? Why not have some coffee?
Coffee? Perish the thought. Who wants coffee?
How far do you have to drive? 20 miles, isn't it?
Oh, he'll be all right when he gets out in the air.
Oh, I don't know, Jerry. It isn't safe. I wouldn't want you to get into trouble, Henry. Please drink some coffee. Please.
Oh, darling, don't worry. I've driven that strip along the coast 100 times.
Yes, but you've drunk more than usual tonight.
Maybe.
I wouldn't be able to sleep a wink.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll phone you when I get home.
Why not stay in town tonight?
Nella, why don't you let him alone? He'll be all right.
Henry, let Jerry and me drive you home in our car. How about it, Jerry?
Whatever you say.
No. I'll tell you what. I got a better idea. You two get your things and drive home with me and stay over the weekend.
The weekend?
Sure, stay as long as you like. It's a regular resort. Lots of things to do. Plenty of fun. You come with me, and if you're afraid of my driving, then you can drive. Fair enough?
Okay. Now, how about it, Nella?
Well, if Henry insists on driving home tonight, I'd rather see that he gets there.
Great. That's wonderful. Go on, get your things, and let's be on our way. Well, how am I doing? Satisfactory, am I?
Well, I'd feel better if you'd slow down a bit.
It's beginning to mist. Better take it easy, Henry.
Okay. Does that suit you?
Take us about an hour or more, won't it?
This snail's paid.
Why not let me drive?
No, I'm all right. I feel swell.
Let Jerry drive.
No. Clear sailing from here on. Light me a cigarette, Nella. My case is in my right pocket here.
All right. There. Cigarette, Jerry?
Yeah, thanks.
Henry, look out!
What was it? We hit something.
Yes, it was a man.
A man? Oh, good Lord.
Yes, there he is at the edge of the road. Oh, Henry.
I see him. Stay in the car. I'll have a look.
Is he all right, Jerry?
Just a second.
Jerry.
Not a sign of a pulse.
He's dead? Oh, but I wasn't going fast. I couldn't have hit him very hard.
I know, but he's an elderly guy.
Oh, Jerry, what do we do? We've got to do something.
Yeah, but hey, there's a car coming. Way back there, look. We got to get out of here. They'll smell liquor if they stop, and Henry's driving, and he's tight.
What do we do?
Look, it's a red light. Police. We've got to get that body off the road. They'll see it and chase us. Get out, Henry. I'll jerk a wire loose on the distributor. You're having trouble, see? Take it easy and don't get excited. I'll carry this guy over behind that big sign. When you find the trouble, the two of you drive on. I'll meet you back at the apartment. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Here they come. Don't be nervous, Henry.
I feel kind of sick now.
What's the trouble here?
Why, I don't know. Motor just cut out on me.
Yeah? Battery's all right. It's got light.
Let's have a look. The wires. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is, I think. That wire was loose on top of the distributor. All right, try it now. There you are.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, officer.
Out kind of late, aren't you? 1:30?
Why, I'm on my way home.
Yeah? It's your car?
Yes.
Henry Carteret III. You young Carteret? Let's see your operator's license. Thanks. You've been drinking a bit, haven't you, Carteret?
Well, yes, but I'm a careful driver.
What's your name, miss?
What? Nella Goodwin.
You drive?
Oh, yes.
Then you better slip over here and drive this car. Good night, Carteret. Take it easy, miss.
Yes, officer. Thank you.
It was young Carteret. Had a loose wire. Let's get going, Joe.
In a few minutes, the police car passes them. Nella leaves the highway, cuts over to the boulevard, and heads back to town. In Nella's apartment, they wait for Jerry. 3 hours pass, and finally, Jerry walks in.
Jerry, where on earth have you been? We thought you'd never get here.
I stayed behind that big sign for over an hour. Every time I started out, a car came along. Finally, I made it over to the boulevard. I couldn't find a cab, so walked back down side streets. Didn't want anybody to see me like this.
Where did you get all that mud on you? What did you do with it?
No, don't worry. Everything's all right.
What did you do with the body?
I buried it back of the sign. I found a small board. The dirt is soft and the brush is thick. No one will ever find him.
Buried him?
Sure. If we reported it now or anyone found him on the road, those cops would be after Henry in a second.
Who was the man?
Well, he didn't have anything on him. Only a few cents in his pocket and no identification. I gather from his appearance and his clothes that he was just a transient, a hobo. Probably stepped out in front of us to bum a ride.
Was he an old man?
I'd say about 50 or more.
Oh, it's awful. I didn't see him. He just seemed to come out of nowhere. I didn't see a thing. I only heard that thump when the car hit him.
It was an accident, Henry. We know that. It was a lucky thing for you I got him off the road. Those cops had found him, and with you drinking, well, you'd get stuck for manslaughter. I'm mighty lucky I was alone.
Yes, I know. I appreciate it.
You don't think we should have reported it?
Would you like to see Henry sentenced to prison for accidentally running into some old bum?
No, Jerry, but I was afraid of something like this. That's why I didn't want him to drive.
I'm sorry, Nell. I should have listened to you. Oh, what a mess. It's terrible.
Will you relax?
Well, you're sure they won't find him?
When they do, they'll have forgotten about you being stalled there. Oh, by the way, just where was that?
Well, it's practically at the intersection of Ocean Drive and Valley Boulevard. It was in front of that big billboard, that bread sign.
Oh, yeah. Let's forget about it. It's done, and the less said about it, the better. Better have a drink, Henry, and as soon as I change my clothes, we'll go on to your place. You're spoiling that weekend.
I don't want a drink.
Okay. I'll be ready in a few minutes.
All the rest of the night and morning, Henry is shaken. He cannot close his eyes. And finally, he musters sufficient strength to dress. Downstairs, his grandfather is talking to Jerry and Nella.
And what did you say your name was?
Goodwin, Gerald Goodwin. The Boston Goodwins, you know.
The Boston Goodwins?
This is my sister, Nella.
I see. Came down with Henry, eh? And what time did you get here?
Well, it was late. That is, early this morning.
It was about 6, to be exact.
6? Huh. Don't you people ever sleep?
Well, certainly we sleep, but
Well, youth doesn't require the amount of sleep that age needs.
And what are you doing here?
Henry invited us to spend a week or so with him.
Oh, is that so? Well, that's mighty decent of him.
Henry's a wonderful boy. He really is, Mr. Carteret.
All depends on how you look at it.
You should think a lot of Henry.
I do. Believe me, I think constantly.
Good morning. I don't think I know these people. Or do I?
No, you don't, Mary. But you will. Henry's guests came in at 6 this morning, here for a bit of a stay from Boston. Jerry Goodwin and his sister Nella Goodwin, of the Boston Goodwins. This is Henry's mother.
How do you do, Mrs. Carteret?
Well, you're quite welcome. We really didn't want to impose on you, but Henry was so insistent that... Well, we really came because...
Because Henry wouldn't take no for an answer.
And where is Henry?
Well, I don't think Henry is feeling well this morning.
You mean Henry has been drinking?
Well, yes, a little.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, that's why we came with him. I was afraid for him to drive home last night.
She's exaggerating, Mrs. Carteret.
Tell me, how long have you known Henry, Miss Goodwin?
About 3 weeks. Going on 4.
Are you the one who's been taking to dinners and nightclubs?
Well, yes, I've seen him nearly every evening.
Oh, I see.
Oh, good morning, Mother. Morning, everybody. Well, I see you've all gotten acquainted.
Henry. Why, you're pale as a sheet. I've never seen you like this.
I'm quite all right, Mother.
I'd have sworn it was your father coming down those steps. Hold your hands out. Look at that. The jitters. You're doing all right, boy. Don't you worry about being a sour old tight.
Oh, shut up, and let me alone, will you?
Henry, what is it? What's wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong.
He'll be all right. He had a very bad night, didn't you, Henry?
Jerry.
Well, first he lost too much, then he drank too much to cover up the losses.
I'll pay you the 100.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm not worried. I'm only kidding. Come on, let's have some breakfast and forget about it. Come on, everybody.
Oh, pardon me. Would I be intruding? I haven't had breakfast yet. Do you mind?
Why, certainly not. Come along.
Before the day is over, Grandfather is boiling. He can't stand the impudence of Jerry. But Henry is still unable to control his nerves. He can't get the highway accident off his mind. And Jerry becomes bolder and bolder. Jerry has the upper hand now. And Henry realizes he is completely at the mercy of Nella's brother.
But you've got to get hold of yourself, Henry. You've got to.
I can't get it off my mind.
Oh, calm down and quit prancing about. What good does it do? Besides, you've nothing to worry about. No one knows but the three of us.
But the police didn't see you there.
That's right, just you and Nella. And obviously, you were driving.
What are you talking about, Jerry?
You don't have a thing to worry about from me, Henry. Not a thing. I'm perfectly satisfied with things the way they are. Of course, I may ask a little favor of you now and then, but you've nothing to worry about.
Favor? What do you mean?
Why don't you forget about it now? You'll drive yourself crazy.
What do you mean by favors?
Forget about it. Just forget I mentioned it. I wouldn't dream of saying anything about what happened last night to your grandfather or your mother. What kind of a rat do you think I am? Well, that'd be terrible. Family name like yours, why, they wouldn't be able to stand such a thing. Oh, no, Henry, you've nothing to worry about.
No.
Jerry hasn't made himself clear. He's trying to tell you that he wants to help you. Aren't you, Jerry?
Well, certainly. What else? Well, what on earth? I get it now. Henry thought that... Oh, for the love of Mike, pull yourself together, Henry. Don't be so ridiculous.
Well, I'll run along. Maybe if I take some tablets, I'll be able to sleep.
Jerry, you're at it again. Now, please get out of here and leave these poor people alone.
Poor people?
I like Henry. I'm crazy about him. And I want you to leave him alone. I know what you're planning.
Oh, shut up. Who are you to talk? The good ones of Boston. Sure, but what have we got? Nothing. We've been living for years on our name. We winter in Florida and we summer in Maine without a dollar. And here we are again. Only this time it's a little better. This old grandpa is going to kick off and leave millions to Henry. And with what we know, well, we can stay here forever.
I won't.
You will?
I like Henry too much. I love Henry.
Huh? Well, I can't see a thing wrong with that. No, not a single thing. In fact, I approve. See you later, Nella.
Poor Henry is licked. He knows Jerry has him by the nose, but he's helpless. Completely helpless. Finally, Monday comes, and Grandfather calls Henry to the library.
Did you want me, Grandfather?
I certainly did.
Why, what's wrong?
The bank just called me and said you'd overdrawn your account $1,000. $1,000.
Oh, well, I haven't.
What did you do with the money? What?
Did the bank pay it?
Certainly they paid it. What did you do with that money?
Well, I owed a debt to Jerry Goodwin.
I heard him say you owed him $100.
Well, he was just going easy. It was really $1,000.
Henry, you're lying. Do you hear me? Lying.
No, I owed it to him because of, well, gambling.
I don't believe you. Not this time. It's something else. I've been suspicious from the moment they walked into this house. There's something going on. That Jerry is too smart, too cocky. There's something afoot, and I want to know what it is.
There's nothing. Please believe me.
I don't believe you. And you'll tell or get out of this house and stay out.
Wait a minute, Mr. Carteret. Henry will tell you.
Nellie, you keep out of this.
Then I'll tell. If he gave that money to my brother, then I think I know why.
Why?
Because Jerry knows something that Henry doesn't want told.
What?
Keep still. Get out of here, Nellie. Get out.
This is blackmail?
What else?
Then why do you tell me this?
Well, because I love Henry. With all his faults, I'm crazy about him. I know my brother, and I can guess why Henry gave him the money.
I owe it to him. I owe him thousands more. Now get out of here, Snella.
Henry had to pay him, Mr. Carteret. He had to. Jerry knows too much about Henry.
It's blackmail. I'll call the police.
No, please. Please don't do that, please.
Well, what's going on? What's all the racket?
You'll find out. Blackmail. I'll have you in jail.
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Jerry saved me from prison. I killed a man accidentally. Ran over him on the ocean road.
What?
Yes. And I was drinking. We saw a police car coming, and Jerry got the body off the road just in time. He pulled a wire in the motor, and the officers helped me fix it. And Jerry got me out of it.
I see. And where did this happen?
On Ocean Drive near Valley Boulevard. I buried the body back of the big billboard. The bread sign on Ocean Drive. So you see, everything's all right. I did my best, and no one will discover the body for a long time. There's no identification on it.
Good Lord.
It was an accident, Mr. Carteret. Really it was. Henry didn't see him. I swear he didn't. It was misting. I wanted to report it, but the police were almost there, and Henry was drinking, and, well, it would have meant manslaughter.
I've never been so shocked in my life. Your mother must not know of this.
I've really done you a favor, Mr. Carteret.
Leave me alone. All of you. I want to think.
A death-like silence falls over the household. Very little is said until afternoon of the next day. The grandfather calls the three young people to the library, but at that very moment a visitor is announced. The visitor steps into the library.
I'm Mr. Carteret. Did you wish to see me?
Well, not exactly. I want to see your grandson here, Henry Carteret.
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Jones, Police Department.
Well, what can we do for you, Lieutenant?
Who are these people?
Why, this is Mr. Goodwin and Nella Goodwin, our guests at the moment.
You're Nella Goodwin?
Yes.
Well, I have a little report here. On the morning of August 17th, about 1 a.m., a patrol car came upon Henry Carteret and assisted him to get his car started. A girl with him gave her name as Nella Goodwin. It was near the intersection of Ocean Drive and Valley Boulevard. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, I did have trouble that night.
Mm-hmm. How long were you there?
About 10 minutes, I think.
I see. Did you happen to notice another car leave as you pulled up, or did you see anyone else in the vicinity?
Why, I don't remember.
Did you, Miss Goodwin?
Well, I can't remember, but there may have been.
Did either of you step off the highway during that time?
No. No, that is, I may have, but
I don't think we did.
Mm-hmm. You stopped directly in front of that big billboard, the one advertising bread?
Yes.
What is this all about?
Well, they removed that billboard and started excavating for a new project today. They discovered a body. A man about 50. Been dead several days. Apparently struck by a car. Might have internal injuries.
Well, we didn't see a thing.
Uh-huh. You know nothing about it, miss?
No, certainly not.
What's your relation to Henry Carteret?
Well, no relation.
I see. Well, let me ask you to drop down to headquarters for a little talk, Miss Goodwin. Good afternoon, folks.
He's wise. They're going to get Nella down there and make her talk.
I won't go.
You'll have to go.
I won't go. I won't talk if they kill me.
They know you were with Henry, and they'll hammer you until... Wait a minute. I've got it. There's one way they can't make you say a word.
How's that?
Nella and Henry have got to get married at once. A wife cannot be made to testify against her husband.
Married?
But, Jerry, he doesn't want to marry
There's
me.
no choice. It's the only chance. Come on, let's get going. They'll be back.
Grandfather, what'll I do? Figure it out yourself. This is that jolt in the middle you've had coming to you. Oh, what have I ever done to deserve this?
Come on, Nella, hurry. Hurry.
Oh, Henry, darling, married. I can't believe it. Why didn't you tell me? Why?
Calm down, Mary. He's married, and that's all there is to it.
But I never heard of such a thing. What was the rush?
We had to get married, Mrs. Carter, if we had to. But don't worry, I love Henry.
Married? Oh, I think I shall faint.
Yes, but I'll explain later, Mary.
Pardon me, there's a Mr. Jones to see you.
I knew it. They're back again.
Mary, please go to your room. I'll come to you in a little while. I'll explain.
Yes. Yes, Father. Oh, I've never been so shocked in all my life. Henry, your father was bad enough, but this is beyond all sense of decency.
Well, what do you want now, Lieutenant?
I'd like to have a talk with Miss Goodwin down at headquarters.
Oh, but that isn't possible, Lieutenant.
No, Lieutenant. You see, Miss Goodwin is really Mrs. Carteret. The wife cannot be forced to testify against her husband.
I see. Well, maybe that won't be necessary after all. Is this your cigarette case, Henry?
What? I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh? Well, this was found a few feet from the grave on the other side of the billboard. It has initials on it, H.C. Of course, we have ways of tracing the owner through the jeweler.
Maybe it belonged to the dead man.
No, he's been identified as Peter Lund, a transient.
And suppose you couldn't find the owner of that case.
We'll find the owner.
May I see the case?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Oh, rather expensive. Handmade. Cost about $100, I'd say.
The dead man's fingerprints weren't on it.
I imagine this case is worth considerably more now than it cost originally. Prices have gone sky high. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if a case like this wouldn't be worth, well, a pretty penny.
Yes. I imagine some people would pay up in the thousands for a case like that. Did you ever hear of bribery, Mr. Carteret?
No, but I have a couple of friends heading the police commission, and I've heard of shake-ups and pounding the pavement.
Can I see you alone, Mr. Carteret?
Yes, Lieutenant. Step into the library.
Look, Mr. Carteret, I know you're a big shot in this county, and, I'm only trying to do my duty. I don't want to cause you any trouble, but then at the same
Does
time...
anyone other than you know about this cigarette case at headquarters?
No.
Jones, here is $1,500 for that cigarette case. How about it?
I don't want to go back to pounding a beat. I guess you've got me. I'm stuck. Poor guy hasn't got a chance. Okay, here's the case.
Here's your money. And I'll see about a promotion for you.
I'm satisfied if I can just stay where I am. Well, I'll be running along, Mr. Carteret.
Mr. Carter, don't do it. Please don't.
What? Don't do what?
Henry didn't leave the pavement that night. I swear he didn't. Someone planted that cigarette case there. I know who did it, and I know why.
Are you crazy?
You had the case last, Jerry. Henry did hit the man. It was an accident, but you carried the body behind the sign and buried it. You put the case there purposely.
Shut up.
Sick and tired of living by your rotten schemes. From hand to mouth on other people for years. Blackmail, extortion, anything you could think of. But I'm through with you. Brother or no brother.
You're a fool, Nella. You've just sentenced Henry to the penitentiary. All three of us.
Then we'll all three go to prison. I don't care.
Please, Nella, please.
Henry, you're a weak-kneed jellyfish. If you had any gumption, you'd poke him in the jaw. You know he's a crook.
Shut up!
And there's something phony about that cigarette case. I don't know what it is, but... Well, if you planted it there, you were stupid. And if you dropped it, you're stupider still. And I don't think you did either.
Will you shut up?
Wait a minute. Wait, if that cigarette case was there when they tore the sign down... Why didn't Lieutenant Jones mention it when he first came here?
Well, we didn't find it till the next day.
Lieutenant Jones, that cigarette case was never near that sign. My brother gave you that case. You're in with him on this. More blackmail.
Good girl, good girl. You're wonderful, marvelous, cooking with gas.
She's crazy.
Come in, Captain Gibson. Yes, step in here, please. Hey, did you hear this? Did you hear what they said, Captain?
I heard, and so did the sergeant.
Then take them away. Take both of them away and put them on the first train out of town. Let them keep the money. But put them on the first train. I'll prefer no charges, providing they get out of town and stay out.
Grandfather, I don't understand.
Jones isn't a police lieutenant, and there's no body buried back of that billboard. I suddenly remembered that whole block belonged to me. I hadn't sold it, so why would they be excavating?
No body?
I checked with Captain Gibson here, and there was no Lieutenant Jones. There was not even a trace of a grave back of that sign.
Well, then what became of the man I hit?
I'll explain that in just a minute, son. Just a minute.
And what about the girl, Mr. Carteret?
Nella, my granddaughter? She's the first bit of red blood we've had in this family for years. Now put that phony Lieutenant Jones and Jerry in the cooler for 24 hours. Then put them on trains going in different directions. If they come back in less than 10 years, they're crazy.
Yes, sir.
I'll show them how to monkey with the president of the police commission.
Well, there's very little to explain this time. Jerry Goodwin discovered the man was not dead the moment he felt his pulse. And when he regained consciousness back of the big billboard, well, Jerry took him across town to a hotel. Later, he arranged with him to pose as a detective and frighten Henry and Nella into marriage. And the supposed victim and Jerry would carry on a lucrative blackmail scheme from then on. But they never dreamed that the grandfather owned the lot where the corpse was supposed to have been buried. And that was where they slipped. But grandfather is proud of his spunky granddaughter-in-law, and Henry will be a good boy from now on.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Beginning Sunday, October 3rd, The Whistler will come to you at 10:15 p.m. Sunday, October 3rd at 10:15 p.m. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
On old-time sundials, a favored motto was this: it's later than you think. Winter has a way of sneaking up on us and striking hard at those who are unprepared. Cold weather all around us will be here any day without notice. Are you prepared? It's later than you think. Safeguard your family by ordering a supply of blue coal right now. You know, blue coal is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. It will keep every room in your house at a comfortable, even temperature at all times. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. And listen, in a few minutes, I want to tell you about a strange and exotic token, a unique piece of jewelry that blue coal has for you. So listen carefully. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Ring of Light.
I should like to review the Gengar murders for you, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. I assure you it will require no longer than we will take to finish this cup of tea.
I'm glad you left me out of that tea business, Shan. I know all I want to know about the Gengar murders. It kept me up all night long.
But I'm afraid you cannot know very much about the real reason for the killings, Commissioner Weston, without some knowledge of the history of the Ring of Light.
Its history?
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Well, what about the history of the Ring of Light, Mr. Shan?
Many centuries ago, according to ancient legend, there was a merchant bearing this name of Gengar, who dwelt in the sacred city of Lhasa in my native Tibet. This Gengar of olden times was a good man and beloved of the gods. One night, it is told, he was returning from market to the sacred city when he was pursued by a host of his enemies mounted on horseback. Fleeing across the eastern bridge to the city walls, he found the great gates of the city locked before him. In despair, he flung himself at the feet of the luminous statue of Buddha which guarded the gate. As he did so, there was the sound of thunder, and from the glowing ear of the phosphorescent image, a ring fell to the ground. Quickly, Gengar the merchant picked it up, and the statue of Buddha miraculously spoke.
O Gengar, merchant of Lhasa, I have given to you this night the Ring of Light. Unto the 1000th generation it will bring good fortune and safety, so long as there be no blood upon the hands of its owner. Treasure it well, O Gengar.
But, great Buddha, my enemies are almost upon me.
Behold, Gengar, where your enemies are crossing the eastern bridge. Look well.
And the legend has it that the vast bridge collapsed, destroying every man of Gengar's enemies.
Well, it doesn't mean much to me. Does it to you, Cranston?
I'm afraid it means quite a good deal, Commissioner.
And was this merchant the ancestor of the modern Gengars, Mr. Shan?
Yes, Miss Lane. Many centuries have passed since, bringing wealth and glory to the Gengar family, which eventually immigrated to America. One of the Gengars of the present generation was my partner in the firm of Gengar and Shan of this city, importers of precious gems. Our business prospered, and my partner's, Mr. Gengar's son, Ali, was heir to many millions of dollars. All went well until one night when Mr. Gengar, alone in the vault room of our huge building, heard the automatic elevator ascending.
Who can that be? I didn't want to be disturbed at this of all times. Yes?
I wish to see Mr. Gengar.
I am Mr. Gengar, young woman. No one is allowed in my vault room without credentials.
I have proper credentials, Mr. Gengar.
Then show them to me. What do you have, some letter?
No. This is my credential. You see?
A revolver.
A revolver. It is the only credential I can show.
Oh, no. Hassan, help me!
Please! Your servant Hassan is on the first floor. He wouldn't even hear a pistol shot.
I see. You're aware of that. Well, what is it you want?
The key to your vault.
I rather thought so. And if I refuse?
The key, Gengar.
You're a most determined young woman.
I am.
Then here, take it by all means. Take it.
You're very gracious. Now to proceed with your vault.
Of course.
How calmly you accept this, Mr. Gengar. Ah.
My jewels, dear lady, are in the left-hand compartment.
I know that. But my interest happens to be in this very ordinary copper box right here.
No, that you cannot touch.
Really?
I will not let you have the Ring of Light.
I shouldn't be rash if I were you. I have nothing to lose by killing you, you know.
I only know you cannot have what that box contains.
Sorry, but I must, Mr. Gengar. Your life, Mr. Gengar, for this copper box. Of course, you didn't really give your life for this silly box. You died for the Ring of Light, which it can... Where is it? No, this can't be. Genga! Genga, don't die! No! No, you're dying for nothing. The ring of light, it's gone.
The rest of the story of the Ring of Light you remember, Mr. Cranston?
Very well, Mr. Shan. Well, he should. He and Miss Lane came to my office, and Miss Lane was saying...
Commissioner Weston, I don't give a hang if your criminals have a new union and are working in 24-hour shifts. We are all three going to the theater tonight.
No, Margot.
No?
The commissioner is a very busy man.
That's right, Lamont. I am a vet. Oh, I see. Being smart, huh? Well, let me tell you, every time I try to leave this office early, somebody knocks on the door. But it never happens when you two are around.
Someone just did knock on the door, Commissioner.
Just a minute. I was talking to Mr. Cranston before you entered. Wait a second. I thought I heard a knock on the door. What are you laughing at?
Commissioner Weston, is he in here?
Yes, he's in here. Matter of fact, I'm Weston.
I am Ali Genga.
It's a small world.
My father you have heard of, I think. He was Mr. Genga of Genga and Shan.
Was? Isn't Mr. Genga still in business?
My father is gone.
Gone? Dead?
I do not know, but last evening he vanished from the vault room of our building.
Vanished? Did you say vanished?
Yes. His old servant, Hassan, phoned to me the news this morning.
He phoned to you the news, did he? Well, that's just great. And where was his partner, Mr. Shan, all this time?
Mr. Shan has been for some time ill in his home in the mountains.
Well, was anything stolen?
Yes. There was something stolen.
What was it?
It is difficult to say. I should like this kept in strictest confidence. You see, my father was in possession of a ring.
Who slammed that door?
The lights have gone out.
Stay where you are, everybody. Don't move an inch.
Lamont, look, there against the window.
What is it?
Why, it's a perfect circle of light.
Look out, Weston.
Oh.
What was that?
We'll need the lights to see.
Look, it's a knife.
Sticking up in your desk.
There is a note pinned to it. Could I see what it says?
We'll all see. Yeah. Listen to this, Weston.
Yeah?
It says, let those with blood on their hands remain silent. That's strange.
It is most strange. I must go to the Genga and Shan building immediately. It is most important that I reach my father's vault room as quickly as possible.
Isn't this a magnificent lobby?
Lobby or no lobby, that young guy, Allie, is keeping us waiting down here a long time, isn't he?
Well, I don't know. He
beg
may
your
be...
pardon. My name is Hassan, servant to the House of Genga for many years. Young Master Ali will be down from the vault room presently.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. Oh, Hassan, you were Ali's father's devoted servant. You must know something about his disappearance.
This alone I can say. Even in this far-off land, the hand of the Buddha of Lhasa has stuck.
What was that?
Sounds like young Ali. Let's get up there. Something tells me that vault room is a very unhealthy place right at this moment.
So this is the vault room.
Where is he?
Yes, where is Ali, Lamont? The room's empty.
He was here right enough, but...
What is it, Cranston?
Look. Over there in the shadows by the vault.
A body.
Master! Master!
Is it Ali?
If it is, he's aged 30 years since he left us downstairs.
Oh, look! Look!
It isn't Ali, is it, Hassan?
No. It is Mr. Genga, Ali's father. He who vanished has returned.
Returned with a bullet in his heart. Hassan.
Yes?
Open this vault.
No. Master, no want me to open vault.
Take the keys off the dead man's watch chain and open it.
Open the vault.
All right. But you have heard my warning.
Come on. Look, who is it?
This time it's the son Ali, all right. They've killed him too, Weston. I had an idea there'd be something in this vault worth seeing.
In a moment, our play will continue. Meanwhile, here's the information I promised you about the strange and exotic talisman that Blue Coal has for you. It's a replica of the mystic ring that plays so large a part in today's story. There are many strange and fascinating things about this ring. To begin with, It is not gold or silver, as ordinary rings are. It is white. In India, white is considered a sacred color. The rare white elephant is worshipped in India. Mysterious power is said to reside in things white. Certainly, when you see this ring, you'll agree there is something uncanny about it. You'll say that because you'll soon discover that this ring is greedy for light. Like the wild jungle orchid that eats live meat, this ring sucks up the living light. It holds the light and glows in the dark with a weird and ghostly radiance. Yes, you actually can see in the dark with this ring when it's gorged with light. Now listen, here's how to get one for yourself. Simply send 10 cents in coin, 1 dime, to the Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Include on a slip of paper the words Mystic Ring, M-Y-S-T-I-C, Mystic Ring, and also, of course, your name and address in full. Be sure to print or write your name and address clearly, so it will be easy to read. Drop the envelope in the mail, and soon you'll have a mystic light-eating ring for yourself. Take care of that today, because the supply of rings is limited. Now, back to the Shadow.
Hassan, no stay. Hey, no, stay here. Mr. Genga come back dead. Now young Master Ali dead too. Mr. Shan will be next. Hassan is afraid. He no stay.
Wait a minute, you. Hassan. Let him go, Weston. He won't go far. Look at this, Weston. The killer used a knife this time. What about it? Nothing. Except it's a perfect match of the dagger that was sticking in your desk. What? Look it over. I'd like to wander around a bit.
Lamont.
Yes, Margot.
Look at this. I found it over there in the corner. It's a girl's handkerchief.
Girl's handkerchief?
Yes.
Well, let me see that, Margot.
And it's monogrammed, too. You see, K.I.
K.I. Now, I wonder... What's that?
What, Lamont?
I smell something burning.
Listen.
That's fire, all right. We better get out of here.
Just a minute, Weston. Whoever set that fire doesn't want us to find something in this room. We've got to work fast, but we can't let them scare us away.
Cranston, sometimes I... say, what's this?
What?
Letter in Allie's billfold. Addressed to Miss Kara Iltott, 421 North Set Road.
Kara Iltott, eh? That would be our initials, K.I.
Oh, the light is breaking through.
And so's the fire, Miss Lane. I tell you, we've got to get out of here.
All right, you two leave by the fire escape. I'll meet you in the car.
What are you going to do?
I think our friend Hassan is still in this building. And if he is, we two have something to talk over.
This is Hassan speaking. I am phoning you from your building, Mr. Shan. It is on fire. Yes, on fire. There is nothing you can do to save it. But I can tell you all you want to know about it. Yes. Meet me at 421 North Set Road in 1 hour. Yes, that's right, Mr. Shan. Goodbye, Mr. Shan. Now, if nothing goes wrong, we will soon have... What was that?
It is the Shadow, Hassan. I'm standing beside you, invisible to your eyes.
Why have you come to Hassan?
To get the truth from you.
I know nothing. Nothing.
You know there was a woman here on the night old Mr. Genga was murdered. Don't you, Hassan? Answer me.
Yes, this much I know.
And her name was Kara Iltott. Who is Kara Iltott, Hassan?
I do not know. Let me go. The flames are spreading. Let me get out of here. I set this fire to get Mr. Cranston and Weston and Miss Lane out of the building, but it will get me and you too, Voice, if we don't hurry.
The fire is spreading, but you will not leave until I have the truth. Tell me, Hassan.
I will tell you. I will tell. Kara Iltott was secretly engaged to young Master Ali Genga, but his father knew nothing of her. She came here the day of the murder. She paid me well to let her up to the vault room, and when she came down, she left orders with me to set fire to this building if the police ever tried to examine that room upstairs. That is all. All I know.
I see. You have kept this from the law, Hassan. I warn you that the Shadow will be watching you. I must go now. I will let you escape from the fire you set. But next time, Hassan, you will not escape.
Where are we, Lamont? Look at the towers on that house. It's like a palace out of the Arabian Nights.
It's 421 Norset Road, Margot, and I only hope we won't be too sorry we came. Come on, helpmeets. I think we're creating a wonderful yarn to spin to our grandchildren.
Well, you have to keep alive, you know, to have grandchildren.
We'll see if we can manage to do that, my lady. Say, look at this.
What?
The door was open. I'm not too sure I like that, but in we go.
It's pitch dark in here.
I've got a feeling something's watching every move we make.
What's that? Someone's in trouble.
Where's it coming from?
This way. Come on, follow me.
Come on, look. The lights have gone on.
What was that laughing? Where are we?
Seems we're in a small room without a sign of a window.
Look, those copper doors are closing. We better get out of here.
A little late now. Looks as if we're trapped.
You are trapped, my friends.
Look. They're on that little balcony.
Oh, yes. Miss Kara Iltut, I believe.
I am Miss Iltut. If I'm not too hospitable, you must understand it's because I'm concerned in a rather dangerous business. I murdered Mr. Genga. You see, I'm in love with his stepson, Ali.
Stepson?
Yes. Ali is his stepson, and old Genga was not too fond of him. As a matter of fact, he was going to leave his most priceless possession to his business partner, Mr. Shan, because he distrusted Ali. That is why it was necessary to rob him, and as it happened, to kill him in the process. And now, for Ali's sake, it is necessary to kill you.
Oh, Lamont.
Easy, Margot.
It will be a painful death, but the most convenient I can afford you just now.
No, you'll never get away with this.
Oh, yes, I will. It'll be quite simple, you know. Beneath the floor on which you're standing is a vat, brimful of boiling water. It is an old Tibetan way of ridding the world of troublesome people.
No, you wouldn't.
I tell you I will. See, all I need to do is pull this lever.
Come on. The floor is opening. Grab toward this wall. What are we going to do, Lamont?
Wait a minute. The floor is opening slowly. Keep backing away from the opening. I think I've got an idea.
What's that?
She evidently hasn't heard what happened to Ali. Have you got that letter, Weston?
Yes, I have. Here it is.
Okay, give it to me. Miss Iltut! Miss Iltut!
It'll do you no good to plead with me. You must die.
I know you don't mind boiling us alive, but I don't think you'd want to boil Ali's last words with us, would you?
Ali's last words.
This letter. It was found on his dead body.
Dead? Wait, I'll stop the machinery. There. Now listen to me. I have a gun here. I'll come down outside and open the door. You can hand the letter out to me. If you try to leave that room, I'll shoot you as surely as I killed old Genga. Do you understand?
We understand, Miss Iltut.
Hand me the letter. I will not open the door another inch. You hear me in there? Where is the letter?
I'll take that gun, Miss Iltut.
Grab her, Cranston.
Oh, no, not quite as quickly as all that. Lamont, she's getting away.
I don't think she'll get too far. Unless I'm badly mistaken, she still has another victim to deal with before she leaves this house.
Then we've got to stop her, Cranston.
Just as fast as we can.
Where'd that come from?
Up there from the towers of the house.
Someone's in agony.
I think I see it all now. Weston.
Yes?
I want you to stay here with Margot for a few moments while I see what occupies our murdering lady friend.
No, let me live. Don't kill me.
Hold him, Hassan.
He will not get away, Miss Kara.
Mr. Genga was very fond of you, wasn't he, Shan? I knew when I opened the copper box and found the ring missing that Ali's father had already given it to you.
It was mine by right. Genga wanted me to have it.
That doesn't interest me, Shan. Ali is dead now, and I will take from you the thing he wanted if I have to kill us all.
It was very clever of you to have Hassan trick me into coming here.
I think so. And now, where is the ring, Shan?
You shall never learn from me.
Mr. Shan doesn't believe that we'll throw him from this tower. He doesn't believe it, Hassan. Pull him over to the ledge.
Oh. Yes, Miss Kara. Come over the ledge.
Help! Help!
Obey me, Hassan.
Yes, Miss Kara. I try.
But he is an old man. Surely you could push him over.
I cannot move him. It is as if someone were holding him. There is nothing I can do.
Someone were holding him.
Someone does hold him, Kara Tut.
Who speaks?
The shadow. Your days of murder are over. And you, Hassan, I warned you once. Now you will pay for your crime.
No. No. It was she.
You lie.
She made me do it. She made me do her bidding. She would have had me throw old Sean to his death, but you came in time. And now she goes up the tower. She would have had Sean go.
No!
Stop, son, stop.
And so my life was saved, and Hassan is now imprisoned on charge of murder. There, I told you it would not take long to tell my story. And you'll see we have scarcely finished our cup of tea.
But still I don't understand who killed poor Ollie.
That is very easily explained, Miss Lane.
Yes, very easily. By the way, Mr. Shan, your drawing room is quite charming. But I think it rather spoils the symmetry to have those 2 daggers missing from the weapon rack over the fireplace.
You know where those 2 daggers are, don't you, Mr. Cranston?
Yes. One of them is sticking in Weston's desk, where you threw it to warn Allie not to report the theft of the ring to the police. The other?
It couldn't be sticking in Allie's back, that other one, could it?
You killed him, Mr. Shan.
Yes, Miss Lane, I killed him. And now, Mr. Cranston, will you switch off the light?
No tricks now.
There will be no tricks.
There, Mr. Shan.
Thank you. Please, now, will you open the door of the little shrine on the table?
Yes, Mr. Shan.
The ring of light.
So it is.
Yes, the gift of Buddha to the house of Genga. It was mine by right. But I realized that Ali would never let me keep his father's gift in peace, so I killed him. When I opened the vault to put his body in it, I found my partner there shot to death. And I was content that I had killed the evil son who had plotted old Genga's murder with Kara Iltot.
It was still murder you committed, Mr. Shan. You know that?
Oh, yes, I know. I did it to keep the ring. But the ways of Buddha are wise, Mr. Cranston. Too late did I remember the legend.
What do you mean, Mr. Shan?
The ring is in my possession. But it will bring me no good fortune. I own the ring, but there is blood on my hands. I am lost according to the words of Buddha.
You know what the police will do to you for this, Sean.
No. I have already paid for my sins, Weston. Your cups of tea were not as mine. Mine has the poisonous smell of bitter almonds, the smell of prussic acid. I will account only to my ancestors, Commissioner.
Turn on those lights. Mr. Sean. Mr. Sean.
He's dead, Weston.
And he's smiling at the ring of light. Now, you see, Commissioner Weston, you couldn't have understood the Genga murders without knowing about the power of the ring of light, could you?
Oh, power poppycock. Where's the confounded thing now?
Lamont is the custodian of the ring at the moment, I think, Commissioner.
Well, give it to me, Cranston. I'm going to throw it out of the window. It's caused me enough trouble tonight.
Oh, I'm not so sure I'd do that, Commissioner. It might...
Well, from now on, we're living on borrowed time, eh, Commissioner?
How did we ever come through that one alive?
Now, don't go making something out of it.
Why, I'd have sworn there wasn't room for 2 cars to pass each other back there.
All right.
We're both doing around 50, Weston. Maybe the ring of light saved us
from... Now, don't start any of that stuff, or
But, Commissioner, didn't you notice what was in that other car?
No, he couldn't have, Lamont. Otherwise, he'd have...
What was it? A ghost?
No, Commissioner. It was a woman driver.
A woman driver?
Uh-huh. By the way, here's the ring of light, Commissioner. Do you want to throw it away?
Yeah, you know, it's a pretty little thing. It doesn't take up any room, does it? And, besides, I could use a little luck when I try to explain to the missus why I've been out all night.
In a moment, we'll bring you again the easy directions for getting a mystic ring. So have paper and pencil ready. First, I know you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Buckley. Mr. Buckley.
Thank you. Friends, the other day I ran into a chap I know, and he was somewhat annoyed with me. He said, "Why do you keep insisting it's so easy to operate a furnace? Probably isn't the hardest thing in the world, but it certainly isn't easy." Well, Well, that only shows that even your friends don't always listen carefully to what you say. I say it's easy to operate a furnace if you know how. Now, that latter part is very important. For example, in the changeable weather we're having now, it's a nuisance to have to run down to the basement constantly to adjust the furnace dampers. Well, all that trouble is eliminated when you have an automatic blue coal heat regulator. As easy to operate as snapping a light switch. Automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Now, here's my suggestion. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Ask him to send a John Barclay trained serviceman to your home to demonstrate correct furnace operation for you at no charge, no obligation. Your neighborhood dealer is listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Thank you.
The characters, names, places, and plot of today's story are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The mysterious East beckons to you. Here is your chance to get the mystic white ring that has the secret power of retaining light. Once this ring is held near a bright light, it absorbs part of the radiance, and afterward, in the dark, it shines with a grim, eerie glow. Get one of these rings for yourself by sending 10 cents in coin to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Be sure to include your name and address, printed or written clearly. Do this at once, because the supply is strictly limited. Send 1 dime in an envelope with your name and address and the words Mystic, M-Y-S-T-I-C, Mystic Ring, to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Do that today. This ring will be a bond between you and the Shadow, who says,
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the DL&W.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Ginny. I'm glad you called, but we'll have to try another time, Angel. Tonight I'm involved with a case in which a gun has 1 bullet too many in it, and a man has the same trouble.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to the adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the superfluous murder. Friends, in just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, let me tell you about 9 ways you can save time in the kitchen. Just discover the 9 handy Kraft cheese spreads and enjoy snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers that are really easy and quick to fix. There are sharp-tasting Kraft cheese spreads and mild-tasting ones, too. You can depend on them all to be delicious. And, of course, you can depend on them to be the finest quality because they're made by Kraft. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Now, the case of the superfluous murder. It's Sunday night in New York when pudgy Wesley Endicott opens the door to his apartment and reaches for the light switch, but stops when he hears a noise in the darkened living room. For a second, Endicott pauses, then clicks the switch to see Dennis Fulton jumping back from the sofa on which Endicott's startled wife, Gail, is sitting.
Wesley, I didn't expect you so early.
Yes, that's pretty obvious.
I know how it looks, Endicott, but don't get the wrong idea.
No, Dennis? What idea do you expect me to get?
We were just talking.
In the dark?
What can I say?
You don't have to say anything. I should have known the way Gail's been acting lately. Gail, how could you do this to me?
You really want to know?
Yes.
Then look in the mirror. Take a good look.
You're not going to get away with this, either of
No.
you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to kill that cheap double-crossing...
No, Wesley, don't!
Get out of my way! And now, Dennis, here's yours. Oh.
If you're going to fight for the honor of your home, Endicott, you'd better start taking boxing lessons.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want to see Endicott.
Who shall I say is calling?
You don't need to say anybody's calling. I'll announce myself.
But you can't...
I said I can. Out of the way,
Just
Junior.
a moment now. Mr. Endicott won't like that.
Hello, Endicott.
Oh, Mr.
I
Mayo.
tried to stop him, Mr. Endicott, and he wouldn't tell me what he wanted. He just
it's
pushed his
all
way-
right, Shepard. It's all right. I know him.
Oh, well, you said you didn't want to be disturbed, and I didn't know. He wouldn't give his name. He
All
wouldn't
right,
tell-
Shepard. Get back to your desk.
Yes, sir.
And shut the door. And now, Mr. Mayo, what's the idea of upsetting Shepard like that? You could have let him announce you.
You mean I could have let him tell me you weren't in? I didn't feel like a runaround.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. I see somebody close one of your eyes for you. Would you like me to make it unanimous?
As a matter of fact, I don't much care. I learned last night that my wife... There's another man. Nothing much matters anymore.
Well, your personal life is one thing. This is business, and it matters. Especially this check of yours.
What? What about it?
You tell me, Endicott.
Well, is something wrong with it?
Wrong with it? Of course not. It's perfect. Absolutely finest quality, genuine A1 rubber.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
When you argue with the First National Bank.
Well, there must be some mistake.
The mistake is you thinking I'm going to sit still for this. It's a stall, Endicott. You didn't have cash to cover, and you knew it. You figure to put me off till you can swing a deal.
No, Mr. Mayo, you're wrong. Believe me.
Believe you. That's rich. Oh, no, Endicott. You're scaring up the cash, and you're scaring it up fast. You've got until tomorrow noon.
But if you'd only...
Tomorrow noon. If you don't come across with payment by then, I turn this check over to the DA for collection.
Well, I'll do what I can, but it's all a mistake.
Well, you better correct it before it turns out to be a fatal one. I'll be seeing you, Endicott.
I know. Tomorrow noon.
Hello?
Hello, Michael Waring?
Yeah?
Aren't you the detective known as the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Wesley Endicott. I'm sorry to call you at home, Mr. Waring, but I couldn't find your office listed.
Or maybe that's because I don't have one.
Oh, you work out of your home?
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that rather inconvenient?
Is it causing you any trouble?
Well, no.
Well, then.
Well, I didn't call to talk about you, Mr. Waring.
All right, change the subject.
Can you come over here right away?
Where's here?
My apartment, Sheldon Hall.
What's it about?
I'll tell you when I see you.
Well, there'll be a charge for the visit.
Doesn't matter. How soon can you get here?
Yes?
Mrs. Endicott?
Yes.
I'm Michael Waring.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
If you listen to the radio.
I must hear the wrong programs. What do you want?
Well, didn't your husband tell you?
He and I aren't speaking.
Oh, well, he and I are. That's what he asked me over for. Where is he?
He's in the study. Last door on the right end of the hall.
Thank you, Angel.
You might tell him for me to quit sulking. I'm leaving as soon as I finish packing.
I'll give him your message.
Just walk in. He won't answer. He thinks it's me.
Thanks. Hello, Endicott. Hey. Mrs. Endicott,
What is it?
you don't need to leave him. Looks like he's left you. Permanently.
What are you talking about?
Well, he's not sulking. He's dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm. And if this is his handwriting, it looks like he did it himself.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett. Well, this is indeed a coincidence. Sit down and join me in a knockwurst.
Coincidence. I've been looking for you, Waring, as if you didn't know.
As if I didn't.
You reported the Endicott body.
So I did.
Why didn't you hang around till I got there?
Well, Corbett, I didn't know you cared.
I've got questions.
Well, it's all in the note. He says he was betrayed, so he killed himself.
But who betrayed him?
No, I wouldn't know.
The note says he hired you to get proof for him.
It also says he changed his mind after calling me. He had all the proof he needed for his own satisfaction. That's why he decided to kill himself.
I still want to know who betrayed him.
Now, don't tell me you're the inquisitive type, Corbett.
It's my job.
Homicide's your job. This is suicide.
Is it?
Unless that note wasn't in Endicott's handwriting.
I showed it to 3 experts.
What did they say?
All agreed it's definitely Endicott's pen pushing.
Well, then what more do you want? He's found with a gun in his hand.
That's right, Waring.
And a suicide note in his own handwriting.
That's right, Waring.
So, Corbett, how come you're still asking questions?
Because I don't happen to have the answer to this one. Who killed him?
Well, Corbett, you just...
I said he wrote the note. I said he had a gun in his hand. But Waring, the gun in his hand was never fired.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. All of you in favor of having good, hot biscuits for dinner, say aye. That's what I thought. Just about everyone likes them. So here's a trick you should know. For extra delicious hot biscuits, spread them with delicious Old English brand cheese spread. One of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads, just before they're ready to come out of the oven. Then slip the biscuits back in the oven and let the wonderful flavor of this tempting cheese spread melt right into them. You'll have some of the best tasting biscuits you ever enjoyed, because Old English brand cheese spread is so good. It's made of fine, sharp, aged American cheddar cheese for really wonderful eating. And it's smooth, creamy smooth for easy spreading. And, of course, like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Old English brand is a wholesome dairy food, made from only the finest, purest ingredients. Try it for grand snacks and sandwiches, too. And try Smokell and Roca and all the 9 Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful, gay tulip-patterned drinking glasses. Collect a whole set while you enjoy the delicious Kraft cheese spreads. You know, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious, they're America's favorites. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike Waring learned that Endicott's suicide was not a suicide. Or was it? That's what the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett are wondering as they drive in a police car back to Endicott's.
So his wife was planning to leave him, Waring.
So she said.
Why didn't you tell me about it before I mentioned the gun?
Well, I didn't think it mattered before, Corbett.
Sometimes you don't think too much for your own good.
So I'll begin thinking. Tell me, does Mrs. E know her husband didn't kill himself?
Not unless she did it. I left her thinking it was suicide.
Good boy. That puts us a step up on her.
Yeah, and we may need it. The note says he was betrayed. Her leaving him could be the betrayal. Except if he didn't kill himself, does the note mean what it says?
What else would it mean?
I don't know, but it says he was going to kill himself, and if he didn't...
No, he should be ashamed of himself. After all, it's a sin to tell a lie.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett and Mr. Waring. What is it now?
There are a few more questions I want to ask you.
I thought that was all finished.
I've just been talking to Waring. He opened a new can of peas. Do we come in?
Well, all right, I guess so.
Thanks.
Now, what is it?
Just that Waring tells me you were going to leave your husband.
Oh, no, that's not so.
Oh, wait a minute. You told
Well,
me.
I was just talking. We had a little spat. It didn't mean anything.
You said you were packing.
I often threatened to leave. I didn't mean it. Wesley knew it. This had happened often before. It had nothing to do with his death.
You don't think constant fights with you
But
could...
we always made up. Believe me, it didn't mean anything.
What was the little spat about?
Money. I wanted a new coat. Wesley said he couldn't afford it. He said business had been bad. I didn't see how it could have been that bad, or he'd have said something about it before.
Oh, he said his business was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Endicott, when I was here before, I asked you if you knew any reason why your husband would want to kill himself. You said you couldn't think of any.
I couldn't.
Don't you call bad business a possible reason?
But I just told you I didn't believe he was telling the truth.
Oh, Corbett, there's one way to find out if he was. Let's look into Endicott's business, shall we? Maybe we'll find it's dead, too. Here it is, Corbett, 705.
Yeah.
Nobody in here. Mrs. Endicott said Endicott's assistant would be here.
Maybe he's in the back office.
Yeah, maybe. Hello? Hello?
What's that?
Sounds like somebody moaning. Come on. Oh, there he is on the floor. Hey, what happened to you?
Huh? It was Mr. Mayo.
Mayo?
Yeah. He came back and he started going through the files, and I tried to stop him, but... Oh, he knocked me out. Looted the office.
I'll say he did. Look at the inner office, Waring. Looks like a whirlwind and the paperwork's...
Yeah.
Are you Mr. Waring?
Yes. Do you know what Endicott wanted to see me about?
Well, didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he didn't get around to it.
Well, I suppose it has something to do with Mr. Mayo.
Who's Mayo?
Reginald Mayo. He's in building supplies. He was here earlier today, had a fight with Mr. Endicott, and then Mr. Endicott went home, and then a little later, Mr. Mayo came back.
Mm-hmm. What was the trouble between Endicott and Mayo?
Oh, I don't know. Why not ask Mr. Endicott?
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't do much good. So we'll have to try Mayo instead.
Mr. Mayo? I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Mayo isn't in. He left word he can be reached tomorrow morning at the Hillard Hotel in Boston.
Boston? What's he doing in Boston?
I'm sure I don't know.
When did he leave?
About 20 minutes ago. I understand he's taking the 6 o'clock from LaGuardia Airport. You may still have
Yeah,
time.
if we hurry. Thanks. Waring, come on. Well, this does it, Waring. Mayo's trying to get away, clinches it.
It does?
Sure.
How about the Boston address? Why would he leave that if this is a runout?
Well...
And the plane he's taking, would he point arrows for us?
Well, maybe it's a bluff. Maybe that's not his plane.
Well, then what are we hurrying for?
Because we can't take chances. And stop smirking.
Who's smirking?
All right, Waring, you don't like the way I do things. You got any bright ideas?
No, Corbett, I haven't.
He admits it yet.
Not a single idea. Not even any wrong ones.
Sergeant, I've got important business
They're
in
holding
Boston.
the plane, Mayo. Talk fast and make sense. Maybe I'll let you go.
Maybe. I'm
What's
telling
this
you...
important business, anyway?
Conference, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
What's with you and Endicott?
Why?
I'll ask the questions.
Well, at least you can
want to
come-
miss the plane?
All right. I did business with Endicott. Got him some materials that are hard to get hold of. Had plenty of bids for it, but took his. Then his check bounces. You wonder why I'm sore?
Oh, the check bounced.
That's right.
So you push him around.
I didn't push him around. I just warned him he'd better make good on that check by tomorrow noon or there'd be trouble.
Except tomorrow noon you plan to be in Boston.
I didn't know that this morning. This Boston business came up sudden.
Yeah, didn't it, though? The murder wouldn't have anything to do with it, I suppose.
Murder? What murder?
Endicott's.
What?
He actually looked surprised, Waring.
Maybe he is.
Well, I don't know anything about the murder.
Why did you go back?
I'm not answering anything more without a lawyer.
You went back to Endicott's. Why?
I didn't.
His assistant
I'm
says...
not answering anything without a lawyer.
What were you looking for?
I'm not
You're not
answering-
going to do so good in that Boston conference from a cell in New York.
You can't hold me. Just because I had an argument with
I can
Endicott...
hold you for beating up Endicott's assistant.
Well, you're crazy. I didn't...
He says you did.
Look, Sergeant, I've got to get to Boston. I don't know anything about the murder. If you want answers, ask Mrs. Endicott. She can tell you more than I can.
What gives you that idea?
She was seeing another man.
Yeah? Who says so?
Endicott.
All right, we'll check on that. But now, Mayo,
I have nothing more to say.
And you can sit in the cell until you think of something.
Look, I gave you a lead,
so
so now...
thanks. Now get moving.
Dennis, who can that be?
Well, don't ask me.
I shouldn't have had you come up here, but I was so upset.
Well, pull yourself together.
But if anyone sees you
Just
here...
don't lose your head. I can handle this.
Oh, dear. Oh, now, what are we going to do?
Answer the door. Leave the rest to me.
But you and I...
Stop making so much of it. Couldn't I have come to see Wesley?
I guess so.
All right, then. I didn't come up here because of you. I'm a friend of Wesley's. Just remember that. Now answer the door.
Yes, dear.
And don't call me dear.
Oh, it's you two again. How often are you coming back?
Until you tell us all you know.
I did.
That's not the way we heard it. Come in, Waring.
Yeah, Corbett.
But...
Well, she has company.
So I see.
Sergeant Corbett, Mr. Waring, this is Dennis Fulton. He's a friend of my husband's.
I see. Hello, Fulton.
How do you do, Sergeant? I dropped in to see Endicott. Gail, Mrs. Endicott, just told me the awful news. I can't imagine why he did it.
You think it could have been because his wife was seeing another man?
What?
Sergeant, how dare you?
We have it on good authority. You admitted threatening to leave him.
I explained all that.
You say you dropped in to see Endicott, Fulton?
That's right, Mr. Waring.
And Mrs. Endicott had nothing to do with your visit?
What do you mean? Are you trying to suggest that she and I...
Now, that's ridiculous. I hardly know Dennis.
You call him Dennis.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
How about your lipstick on his face?
What?
Does that mean anything?
Well,
Looks like you jumped the gun by locking up Mayo, Corbett. His lead is paying off.
Yeah. Well, you two, you gonna come clean?
I don't know what this is all about. Even if there is something between us, Sergeant, I don't see that it's any of your business. I didn't know you keep prying like this when a man kills himself.
We don't, when we're sure he did kill himself.
What do you mean? Is there any doubt?
Yeah, plenty. We don't think your husband killed himself. We think he was murdered.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Dennis. Which makes your concealing your friendship with Mrs. Endicott very interesting, to say the least.
Look, you don't understand.
I'm willing to.
It's just that, well, the scandal, we didn't want people saying we'd driven him to suicide.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. But they may say you killed him.
But the note. He said he was going to shoot himself.
Yes, only somebody beat him to it.
Well, it wasn't us.
You were here in the apartment.
Well, I only got in a few minutes before you arrived. He must have been killed while I was out.
You mean you hadn't seen him from the time you arrived until I found him?
That's right.
Still, you told me he was in the study. How did you know it if you hadn't seen him? The door was closed.
No, I mean, I hadn't seen him to speak to. I opened the door and called him, but he didn't answer. I didn't know he was dead. I thought he was just sulking. Don't you believe me?
I think you'd better come with me to headquarters, both of you.
Oh, no, please. Dennis, call a lawyer. Do something.
Sergeant, this is a terrible shock to me. I didn't know, honestly. If Gail killed him, it was without my knowledge.
Dennis, what are you saying?
She told me it was suicide. That's the first I'd heard of it.
Snake, I tear your filthy eyes out.
Go get her.
All right, that's enough. Cut it out. I said cut it out.
Let me go. Let me get out of here.
You calm down. I'll stop you here.
All right. All right, but he's not crawling out of this. We killed Wesley together.
No, Gail.
Oh, yes, together. And it was Dennis's idea. He made me help. He called Wesley at the office and asked him to come home early. He waited in the study.
She's out of her mind.
You want a confession, Sergeant? I'll give you one.
No. Robert, get him. He's going for the window.
Hey, you wait.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. Right now, I'd like to tell you about 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right. I said 9 because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish, and Kraft olive pimento. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca, and Kraft Limburger. They're all delicious, all wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
few hours have passed since Dennis Fulton beat a hasty retreat from Gail Endicott's accusations. Gail has signed her confession and is being held. Mayo has been released. There's an alarm out for Fulton. There's nothing much more for Mike to do on the case, or so he thinks, so he's returned home. He's settling down with the pipe and slippers when he goes to the door, opens it, and finds himself looking at Dennis Fulton and a gun.
Get back inside, Waring.
I am inside.
Away from the door, and no quick moves.
Oh, all right.
That's better. Just keep your hands where I can see them, and we'll get along fine.
I don't know that I want to get along. You're not exactly my type.
I didn't come for chit-chat, Waring. I have a proposition.
Yeah?
I didn't kill Endicott. I didn't know anything about it. Gail's lying.
So you said.
I want you to prove it.
All right, give yourself up, and I'll work on it.
I'm not giving myself up until it's proved. That's why the gun. I want to hire you to prove that Gail did it alone.
Why should I work for you?
Well, they say money talks. Here's a mouthful.
500.
I'll double it if you clear me. Well, Waring?
Well, I don't like you, Dennis, but I can't say the same for your money, so let's hear your story.
You heard it all. There's nothing else. I didn't know anything about the murder until the sergeant told me.
You didn't call Endicott and ask him to go home early?
No, that's just another of Gail's lies.
All right, we'll start with that one. It can probably be checked.
How?
Endicott's assistant, Shepard, probably takes all calls and announces them to Endicott. So I'll check with Shepard and see if he got a call from you.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Well, I can't get him now. The office will be closed. But I'll look him up in the morning.
All right, Waring.
In the meantime, if you want to stay here...
Oh, no, thanks, Waring. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me, so I'd have to keep my finger on the trigger. Under the circumstances, I don't think it would be comfortable for either of us.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I'll call you tomorrow. So long, Waring.
Oh, Mr. Waring.
Hello, Shepard.
What are you doing here?
Maybe saving your life.
What?
Well, let me in. I'll explain.
All right, come in. I don't understand.
Shepard, since I saw you this afternoon, you've probably seen in the paper that Endicott was murdered today.
Yes. It's awful.
Mm-hmm. Well, you may be able to clear one of the suspects or clinch the case against him.
I?
Yes, I told him you probably have the information. Now, if he's innocent, he won't do anything. If he's guilty, he may come gunning for you.
Good heavens.
Now, take it easy. He won't be coming yet. I told him I'd check with you in the morning so he doesn't think he needs to hurry. And I came right over.
Yes, but if he does come...
Now, before you get in
this
this stew, let's see if you really have anything to worry about. Now, tell me.
Yeah?
Didn't all calls to Endicott go through your desk?
Yes.
So you'd know about any call he received, huh?
That's right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, did he receive a call today a short time before he went home from a man?
Oh, he didn't receive a call from anybody.
Oh, you're sure?
Positive. After his fight with Mr. Mayo, he called you, and then he said he was leaving the office.
I see. Well, then Fulton is telling the truth.
Fulton?
Mm-hmm, Dennis Fulton. So you don't have anything to worry about from him after all.
I'm glad to hear that.
But you may have to worry about Sergeant Corbett.
What? Why?
Well, he'll probably want to lock you up when I tell him you killed Endicott.
What are you talking about?
About you, Shepard, because you're the murderer. Well, we've wrapped up another one, Corbett.
Have we?
Shepard admitted the shooting, didn't he?
So what? Endicott wrote a suicide note, but he didn't kill himself. Mrs. Endicott said she killed him, but she didn't kill him. Shepard said Mayo attacked him. Now he says Mayo didn't attack him. He was lying to throw suspicion on Mayo. What's one more confession worth?
Well, I think Shepard's will stand up. Mrs. Endicott only confessed because Fulton started crawling and left her holding the bag, so she wanted to get him no matter what it cost her.
The woman scorned, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And as for Endicott, he really intended to kill himself. But Shepard saved him the trouble.
If we can believe Shepard.
No, it all ties up. He'd drawn out the company's money for his private use, so when Endicott's check bounced, Shepard knew Endicott would get him for embezzlement.
Mm-hmm. So Shepard follows him home and shoots him, not knowing he's just about to shoot himself.
That's it, Corbett. He overheard Endicott phoning me to get information, so as soon as Endicott hung up, Shepard stepped into the room and shot him as Endicott turned, and then beat it without noticing the gun in Endicott's hand.
If we can believe Shepard.
Still not convinced, Corbett?
On this case, no.
All right, how about the clue that tipped me to Shepard?
What clue, Waring?
Shepard overheard Endicott's phone call to me. Now, he said Endicott made it from the office. But when Endicott talked to me, he said, "Can you come over here?" and gave me his home address. That meant he was calling from home, not from the office.
Uh-huh.
Well, does that convince you, Corbett?
If we can believe you.
Oh, please, how cynical can you get? You know I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah, Waring, I know it. But who's going to believe me?
It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, next time you shop, pick up a pound of this good-tasting, fresh-tasting margarine. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet, already colored in quarters and ready to serve in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. It's the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The Case of the Practical Joker. The Case of the Practical Joker. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when some gag men go to work, their clients can choke to death. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Jack Costello speaking for the Kraft Foods Company. Fred Allen, Edwin, and B. Lilly join The Big Show today on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Don't say anything, Elsa. Just get in.
What?
Get inside.
You are not serious.
I heard the last 2 minutes of your conversation with Borland. The steward saw him come to this cabin. I know what you are and who you are. Get inside.
I won't. Let go of me. Let me go.
Suffocation is not a painful death.
Please, you don't know what you're doing. Let me go. You maniac. No! I was half unconscious from the blow, but I felt him pick me up and put me in. He put the pillow over my face, blankets off the bed, stuffed in around me so I couldn't breathe. Then the lid came down, pressing, relentless. Then darkness, nothingness. The whole pattern of my life came into focus, stretching away into the past. I could hear the farmer warning me.
In espionage, Baroness, there is no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death.
I accepted those conditions and became a spy. 2 weeks ago, I was a manicurist in the Hotel Adlon in Berlin, sending in daily reports of whatever information I could find. Then I heard about Elsa Frang. I found out who she was and what she was going to do. I got her measurements, her height, weight. Then I asked the farmer to arrange for her detention. When he got her, he sent for me. I hurried to the little art shop on the back street in Berlin where the farmer was, waiting.
That you, Karen?
Yes.
Come in. Karen, you can't go through with it. It's too dangerous.
Did you get her?
2 of the men picked her up last night.
Where is she?
She tried to escape. We shot her.
Oh, no. Was it absolutely necessary?
I'm afraid so. She would have escaped.
Where are her clothes?
There, on the couch.
I'll change behind the screen. Go ahead and tell me everything.
Karen, this is suicide. Changing places with Elsa Frong is suicide.
Tell me about her.
Her tickets are for a plane leaving Tempelhof Airdrome in a quarter of an hour. You were right about her size. Exactly like you. Waist, bust, shoes, everything.
Did she wear any jewelry?
No.
Oh, how did she do her hair?
Combed back off the forehead.
Did she wear nail polish?
No.
Have you any polish remover?
No.
Well, I can peel it off in the car on the way to the airport.
Karen, this is insane. It's too dangerous.
How about the makeup?
She didn't wear any. She was drab, colorless, insipid. Karen, I won't let you go. Admiral Strassner is a fanatic, cruel, sadistic. He's the most dangerous man I know.
What's the latest information on him?
I got a code message this afternoon. You were right. It's the same man, the head man in German intelligence. He went to New York 4 months ago.
Good.
And you know the rest. 9 days ago, he wired Berlin to send a woman agent to help him in New York. He was very specific as to size, height, and weight. I know you fit the measurements, but you can't do it.
Well, how do I look?
Karen, don't, please.
Changing places with Elsa Frang is too good to miss. You are sure you've got all of her papers?
Oh, yes. Passport, identification, travel permit, ticket to Paris, change at Lisbon for Pan American Flight 377.
And you are positive Strassner has never seen her?
I don't know. That's another reason why you shouldn't go.
It's a risk I'll have to take. Come on. You can tell me the rest on the way to the airport.
I wrote a complete description of Elsa Frong in my report.
When I've memorized it, I'll either eat it or burn it.
Karen, I wish you wouldn't go.
I've got to go.
Strassner's a maniac.
Have you ever seen him?
Yes, once. He's small. Very small for a man. Fair hair, never drinks nor smokes. Personal friend of Himmler's.
Oh?
Very clever at disguising himself. Does all sorts of things with his voice. Ventriloquism. He's Oh, well, I suppose it's no use. If you're going, you're going.
Admiral Strassner has been in New York 4 months. He wouldn't go at all except for something of the most vital importance. Believe me, the risk is worth it.
Your first mistake will be your last. I won't drive you all the way to the airport. You can walk from here. Put on that coat. It's a cold wind.
Shall I contact our man in New York?
Immediately you arrive. Bryant on Madison Avenue. You know him.
Yes. Well, goodbye, dear friend.
God bless you, Karen. Good luck.
Elsa Frang, 28, blonde hair, blue eyes. Marseille, 1935, Berlin, 1939. My name is Elsa Frang. My age is 28. I must be drab, no makeup, no nail polish. I must disguise my mind, my heart, my body. I studied the farmer's report over and over from Lisbon to New York. From LaGuardia, I take a taxi to the Bryant's art galleries on Madison Avenue. This is our contact. The saleswoman stares when I ask for Mr. Bryant personally. And at last, I am alone with him in his office. I can stop being Elsa Frang. Have you anything new on Admiral Strassner, Mr. Bryant?
Only that we know he has in his possession something of vital importance to this country.
What?
We don't know.
Have you his address?
I'll write it down for you. Here.
Park Avenue.
He's using the apartment of a friend, a Baron Henrik von Weil.
And who is von Weil?
We've never seen him.
What else can you tell me?
Strassner is sailing on the Europa for Germany 2 weeks from tonight. He wouldn't leave unless he had what he came for.
And he wouldn't come at all unless it was for something very big.
Right.
Heavy operators on the German Lloyd boats?
A steward named Martindale on the Europa. An orchestra leader named Borland on the Bremen. Incidentally, we plan to kill Strassner rather than let him sail.
You'll do nothing of the sort. I've come 3,000 miles to pose as Admiral Strassner's assistant.
But we can't let him get away.
Recovering whatever it is he's stolen is more important than killing him. I understand that I am in charge of the case.
Well, naturally.
Then do nothing until you hear from me. I'll go after Admiral Strassner now.
Yes?
I am looking for Admiral Strassner.
Admiral Strassner moved away from here.
Where?
I don't know. This is Baron von Weil's apartment.
Then let me speak to him.
Baron von Weil passed away 2 days ago.
Oh. I'm Elsa Frang. Who are you?
Come in, please. So, you are Elsa Frang. Why didn't you say so? Let me see your papers.
I will show my papers to no one but Admiral Strassner. I'm surprised to learn he has moved.
Come this way.
No, I'm sorry. I will leave.
Come this way, I said.
I don't understand.
You will. And here, please. She's here. Go in.
So, you finally got here. It took you long enough.
You are...
Wilhelm Strassner, at your service, Fräulein Frung. Turn around, please. Why are you startled? Have you never seen a coffin before? Don't look so nervous. There's nobody in it. As yet. I think she'll do nicely for her.
At least she's the right size.
Admiral Strassner, I don't understand this. I'm sure it is amusing.
Be quiet. I'll explain when I'm ready. Get the clothes, Friar.
Yes, Admiral Strassner.
Your papers, please. Thank you. Passport, identification, the number.
One more than the date.
Which is?
7.
Good. Hurry with those clothes, Friar. So you are the famous Elsa Frung, eh?
Yes, but this coffin, what is it for?
It's a very special coffin. Look, I'll show you. Beautiful, isn't it? White satin pillow, lining, an air hole so I can breathe. Solid bronze. It can be locked inside by the corpse or outside by the pallbearer. Friar!
All right, I have them. And if they don't fit, it's not my fault. I'm not a dressmaker.
Hold them up to her.
But, Admiral, these clothes are for a funeral.
Yes, Fräulein, mine. You will be my widow and my Leichenbegleiter.
I am to guard a corpse?
Me. They'll do, Friar. Widow's weeds don't have to fit. And be sure they're plenty long and the veil heavy. Use 2 thicknesses for the veil.
Yes, Admiral Strassner.
Don't go, Friar. Wait. Fräulein, my plans have had to be changed. You and I are sailing on the Bremen this evening.
Tonight?
I happen to know that American intelligence here would rather kill me than let me leave. They think I am sailing on the Europa 2 weeks from now. Instead, we sail tonight. I'm going aboard the Bremen as a corpse in that coffin. We will leave here in 2 hours. You have that long to get ready. Through there's a bedroom and a bath. You may wash and rest, then change into these clothes.
Yes, Admiral Strassner.
That is all. Leave us. Well, Friar, what do you think?
Don't take her. Take me. Why should I be left behind?
Stop it, Friar. Now, remember, I will phone you from the Bremen the night before it docks. Unless it is my voice, it will do nothing.
Your voice. You have 1,000.
Oh, surely you will recognize me, Friar?
Oh, yes. I'll recognize you.
Only when you get spoken instructions from me will you destroy the duplicates. Is that clear?
Leichenbegleiter, a corpse accompanier, the long black widow's weeds. He had thought of everything. Death certificate, a bill marked paid in full from one of the best funeral parlors in New York. I was now Frau Hedwig von Weil, mourning the husband whose body she was taking back to Germany for burial. 5 silent Germans carried it at Pier 60 where the Bremen sailed. The captain of the great ship himself met me at the gangplank.
My respects, Frau von Weil. I am Captain Edward von Spiegel. Everything has been arranged.
Danke, Herr Captain.
If the pallbearers will proceed us.
If you please, gentlemen.
May I offer you my arm, Frau von Weil?
Thank you, Captain. Strassner had managed the impossible. A first-class stateroom on the Bremen for a coffin, an A-deck cabin, and filled with flowers. The cabin door shut out the noise of a transatlantic sailing, the champagne, the streamers, and the last-minute goodbye. It was not until we were in the open sea that the coffin opened.
Well, my first successful impersonation of a corpse.
I am stunned that you could manage it. The flowers, the pallbearers, even the captain.
Captain von Spiegel is one of the most trusted operators in German intelligence. Now telephone for your dinner to be served in the cabin. I'm hungry.
Meals were served in the cabin. One meal, ordered by me, intended for me, eaten by him. He'd leave me a few scraps, a roll, a mouthful of cold coffee. The portholes were closed and draped. At the end of 4 days, I was so hungry, I was weak. He could get into the coffin and close the lid in less than 5 seconds. Whenever there was a knock at the door, we went through the same grotesque performance.
Shh, wait. Say just a minute.
Just a minute.
Lower your veil when you answer the door. I told you that.
Yes.
I'm ready. Lower the lid quietly.
Yes.
The captain's compliments, Frau von Weiler, and would you do him the honor of dining privately with him in his cabin?
Oh, danke, my Fräulein. Give Captain von Spiegel my regrets and thanks, but I prefer to be alone. All right, she's gone.
Get out of those clothes.
What?
I wish to telephone New York. It would be dangerous to use the phone in this cabin. A corpse should not talk, nor should a widow have her husband's voice. We arranged that on the 5th night out, the captain would invite me to dinner when the coast was clear.
Invite you to dinner?
I cannot explain everything you do not understand, Fräulein. You can change in the bathroom, put on a dress, put on anything. I want your clothes.
About this man was danger. Otherwise, it would have been funny. I changed into one of Elsa Frank's drab black dresses. He put on the long, loose-fitting widow's weeds. Now I realized why my size had been so important. He was a small man, and the clothes fit him. With the veil down, it was just unbelievable.
Well, how do I look?
You'll never get away with it. If someone speaks to you, another passenger, a member of the crew...
I've played many parts in this business, Fräulein. Young men, old men, even women. Your vocal quality is very interesting, but rather hard to get.
Do you mean to say you can impersonate my voice?
If necessary.
Do you mean to say you can impersonate my voice? I am Frau von Weil from Berlin.
That is
I am convinced there is no danger.
It would be funny if it
For
wasn't...
2 weeks, I impersonated quite a famous Russian actress. She was a great artist. Uspenskaya.
Since there is nothing I can do to convince you, I will say nothing more. Nevertheless, it is possible to fool all of the people all of the time.
How is that?
It's fantastic.
See if anyone is outside the door.
All right. There is a stewardess down the corridor.
Then listen. We'll see how she reacts. Lock the door after I leave. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Ach, guten Abend, Frau von Weiler. This is air, huh?
I'm dining with Captain von Spiegel after all.
B. Oh, here it is. Borland, Ray, Orchestra, 502.
Hello?
Mr. Borland.
Yes?
Ray Borland, the orchestra leader.
Yes, who is this?
A friend with a plain white visiting card.
The grain of wheat?
Glued in the center.
The farmer?
Yes. Can you come to Ada cabin 7-1 right away? It's urgent.
Right away.
And please, bring me something to eat. A sandwich, anything. Just hurry.
Captain von Spiegel, I have no sense of humor. I do not enjoy masquerading as a woman. Will you please place my call to New York?
Certainly, Admiral Strassner. I meant no offense.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Ask who it is. Don't open the door.
Yeah?
Mr. Borland just went to cabin 71 on A deck, Captain.
All right, Franz.
What's he mean? 71 is my cabin. Who is Borland?
The orchestra leader. 4 hours ago, we got a code cable from Berlin warning us about him. He's an American agent. I detailed a steward to keep an eye on him.
I rather think Ilsa Frohn can take care of him. Put my call through, and then I'll get back.
Right. Captain von Spiegel, get me ship to shore, McKay, New York. Sacramento 20098. Right. She'll call me back.
It will be long?
No.
Elsa may be in trouble. Tell the operator to hurry.
Do you want any help with Borland?
I'll take care of him personally.
Now, you'll be careful. While this ship is technically German territory, we can't allow anything too blatant.
I assure you, Captain, Mr. Borland's treatment will be anything but blatant. Tell the operator to hurry that call.
Be careful. Don't dirty the lining. White satin marks easily, and he notices everything.
Whatever it is isn't in the coffin.
Then he's carrying it on his person.
Well, there isn't much time. We dock tomorrow morning at 7, you know.
I know he's carrying something. Something of the most vital importance. Mr. Borland, we have never seen each other before, but we are partners
I'll do
in
anything
something.
you say.
You say 2 of the farmer's men will meet the ship?
Yeah, they're stationed at Bremerhaven. They meet me every voyage.
Admiral Strassner must not get off this boat alive.
You want me to...
One of us must.
All right, how?
We can't search his person unless he's dead. Have you a weapon?
Yeah, small automatic with a silencer. Do you want it?
No. I'll say I'm ill and send for the doctor. Then you must try to do...
Elsa, open the door.
He's back. Hide.
Where?
In the bathroom. Quickly. Get in the shower and pull the curtains. Hurry.
Right.
Shut the door and be quiet.
Elsa, hurry.
Coming.
Thank you, Elsa. Where is he?
Who?
Don't be coy, Elsa. Where is he?
I don't know what you mean.
The steward saw him come into this cabin. Borland, the orchestra leader.
The steward was mistaken.
Berlin cabled about him. He's an enemy agent.
I don't know what you are saying. There hasn't been anybody
So
here.
you thought you'd play it both ways, huh?
Admiral Strassner, I swear.
I've been standing at that door for 2 minutes. I heard you talking to him. Admiral Strassner must not get off this boat alive. Indeed. Now, where did he go? Oh, but of course, the bathroom. Then we shall lock him in for a moment, yes? And I will deal with you first. Yes, I will deal with you first. Don't say anything, Elsa. Just get in the coffin.
What?
Get inside.
You are not serious.
I know what you are and who you are. Get into that coffin.
I won't. Let go of me. Let me go.
Suffocation is not a painful death.
Please, you don't know what you're doing. Let me go. You maniac. No!
You, my dear Elsa, will be the corpse, and I shall become the widow. There, the pillow over your face. Oh, yes, blankets. To make quite sure you can't breathe. It'll be a slow, warm death, Elsa. Sleep well. Mr. Borland, I know you're in there. I have a gun. I shall open the door, then I shall count 5. Exactly on the word 5, you will come out with your hands raised. I will unlock the door, Mr. Borland.
Elsa! Elsa, I'm locked in. Elsa! Elsa! Elsa, are you in that coffin? I can't get it open. Elsa! Elsa, I'll have to get help. Take a crowbar to get this thing open. Elsa, I'll have to give us away. Oh, thank God.
Help me out, quickly.
All right, put your arm over my shoulder. Here we are.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Search him quickly.
All right, take off his shoes.
All right.
Wait a minute. There's something here under his arm. I'll have to tear the sleeves. That matter?
No.
All right. Something taped to his body.
Oh, an envelope wrapped in old skin.
Yeah, what do we do now?
Get rid of his body.
In the coffin?
No.
What?
I've got a plan. Open the porthole quickly.
You mean throw him overboard?
Please don't ask questions. I know what I'm doing. He's a small man. Open the porthole quickly.
Right. Here we are. All right.
Can you manage it?
Yeah, he's not heavy.
Hat first. Hat first.
There.
Oh.
They've seen him.
In the coffin, quick.
But I don't understand.
The captain knows about you. German intelligence sent a cable warning him about a man named Borland. Get him. For 2 hours, the ship was in an uproar. Boats were lowered. They searched the black, heaving Atlantic. Then they had a full ship's roll call, as I knew they would. Mr. Borland, of course, was missing. The captain looked at me with knowing eyes. Admiral Strassner was naturally not missed at the roll call. Corpses were not counted. The next morning, I ordered breakfast sent up as usual. Mr. Borland was very kind. He let me eat all of it. My first good meal in 5 days. Then we closed the coffin. 5 members of the crew were pallbearers. Again, the captain arranged everything. They were about to carry the coffin down the gangplank when the customs man spoke to me.
I am sorry, Frau von Weil. Even with the death certificate, we cannot allow a coffin to customs without opening it.
Oh, bitte, I beg of you. Show some consideration for a widow's grief.
It is impossible. I am sorry.
Oh, gentlemen, please, I beg of you, I beseech you, to disturb the dead man is...
Excuse me, Frau von Weil. Is something the matter?
Oh, Captain von Spiegel, I please, may I speak to you alone a moment?
Certainly. Come this way. No tears, no tears. What is it?
They want to open it.
Were you responsible for Borland?
Admiral Strassner threw him overboard. And if they open that coffin, they'll tell with one look that Admiral Strassner is very much alive.
Leave it to me. Gentlemen, I am sure that no customs official would be so silly as to question the personal guarantee of Edward von Spiegel, captain of the Bremen.
So, Farmer, we got off the boat.
You did splendidly, Karen. You too, Borland.
Thank you, sir.
And now, may I ask what Admiral Strassner was carrying?
Yes. The detailed plans of the P-38 fighter.
May I look?
Certainly.
Addressed to Wilhelm Messerschmitt, Air Ministry, Berlin.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC presentation, Top Secret. And here she is to tell you about next week's show.
Next week's story concerns a blind beggar in the bazaar of the Singing Fountain in Tangiers, and a little boy of 10 with gray hair. It is a story that has been, until now, top secret.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.